Tuesday of January the 17th. We'll call this meeting to order. We will start with our usual chaplain prayer and pledges, and I think we have Gary Marcella Jenkins here to lead us in both. Sorry.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council and everyone. Would you please join with me? Father in heaven, in the name of Jesus, we bow before you to say thank you for this day and for everything that you have done, are doing, and about to do. As we assemble here today to take on the business of the city, we seek your face and your counsel for guidance and for wisdom. We pray that that which is needed to be done for the city will be done with a spirit of excellence. Father, we thank you for living in a great city like San Angelo. We ask you now in Jesus' name to bless our members of the city council, our mayor, and we pray that you bless each and every one that's here today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. We have one proclamation today, so I would ask, I know we have a lot of school board members here, if you would please come forward as we read this proclamation, or anyone that's here, please come forward. The mission of public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to our society and an ever-changing world. Our San Angelo ISD board members are committed to the children of San Angelo and believe all children can be successful lifelong learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of each child to support each child's hopes and dreams. This distinguished group of servant leaders includes Board President Mr. Max Parker, Vice President Mr. Bill Dindal, Secretary Mr. Gerard Gallegos, Treasurer Dr. Taylor Kingman, Mrs. Amy Mizell Flint, Ms. Pam Duncan, and Ms. Lupita Arroyo. SAISD board members work closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision we want for our students. They are responsible for ensuring the structure that provides a solid foundation for our school system and dedicate numerous unpaid personal hours to support and lead our San Angelo schools. Our San Angelo ISD school board members are strong advocates for public education and are responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, declare our appreciation to the members of the San Angelo Independent School Board and proclaim the month of January 2023 as School Board Recognition Month in San Angelo, Texas, and urge all citizens to join us and San Angelo ISD in recognizing the dedication and hard work of the SAISD school board members and to partner with them to mold an education system that meets the needs of both today's and tomorrow's children and produces future-ready graduates. Thank you all for what you do, and I know someone's going to have some words. You're going to do?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll
Please.
start us off. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gunter. As she said, this month is School Board Recognition Month, which serves to recognize the hard work and dedication as school board members have on communities, especially our 7 SAISD school board members. They work hard to ensure that our students have access to everything they need to be future-ready graduates. So we have several of our school board members here with us. I'm going to introduce them. So we have Miss Pam Duncan, Miss Lupita Arroyo, Miss Amy Mazel Flint, Mr. Gerard Gallegos, and Mr. Bill Dindal. We're missing President Max Parker and Dr. Taylor Kingman, who couldn't be here this morning for other obligations. And we also have members of our SAISD team here. So we have Superintendent Dr. Carl Detloff. In the crowd, we have Deputy Superintendent Farrah Gomez. And we also have Becky Hopkins and Pam Blair. But we want you to join us in thanking our school board members for everything that they do for the students of San Angelo. We couldn't do it without them. So, Mr. Dindal?
Thank you, Molly. Certainly a privilege to be here this morning. I want to, again, thank the City Council and the city staff for recognizing us this morning. Also want to thank my fellow board members for their hard work as we continue to strive to provide the best education for the kids of San Angelo and the surrounding area as we move forward into this new year. Thank you very much for having us today.
Thank you, Mayor Gunter. I'll just say a quick word or two. First, I want to thank our council members. In our mayor's proclamation, it mentioned unpaid. So these individuals on our council and our school board care deeply about our community, and through their philanthropy and spirit of giving, they want what is best for not only our children but our entire community. So I want to extend my thanks to all our elected officials, especially our school board members this evening or this morning. Also, I want to highlight Molly Johnson-Turk. She made the opening comments. Molly is a San Angelo native and a SAISD graduate, and she now serves as our Executive Director of Communications. Quickly, I read in the Texas Association of School Board magazines recently an article that said school boards typically function on the B's. So, if you think about the B's, the buildings, budgets, buses, perhaps bonds, but the school boards that are high performing, they focus on the critical C's. And the critical C's are really collaboration, community building, connections, that connectivity with the community, and also, more importantly, child advocacy. And I think that's what our board does so well, is they really consider the child in making all of their decisions. So the critical C's are really important, and I'll even throw another one in there, citizenship. How do we create and engage kids to be incredible citizens for our future? So thank you to our council, thank you, Mayor Gunter, and thank you to the city, and especially thank you to our board members because they have navigated choppy waters the last 4 years, as well as our community members and council members. And so I just want to thank you for your service to our community. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Feel a little shorthanded today, missing 2 city council members, but here are the rest of us, so we'll try to conduct our business today being shorthanded. Meanwhile, we will open up this meeting with the opportunity for public comment. If you come forward for public comment, please state your name and address or SMD area. Each citizen can speak just once per item unless asked to comment by council. The public comment must be 3 minutes unless extended by council or translation services. The proponent or the opponent may speak 5 minutes unless extended by council or translation services. Council has no obligation to respond to comments or questions from the public. Any response from a member of the City Council to non-agenda comments is limited to a statement of specific factual information, recitation of existing policy, and directing staff to place a subject on a future agenda. Do we have individuals in the audience today who would like to come forward and offer public comment?
Madam Mayor and City Council and staff, thank you for serving our town. Appreciate that so much. Good morning. I am Pastor Jasper McClellan, what's left of me, CMD 5. I wanted to make 3 suggestions concerning street and bridge. Number 1, in priority and in mention here, I would like to congratulate the engineers or whoever responsible for the work on College Hills. It's very trying, but I would like to congratulate them for placing a all-way stop sign at Oxford and College Hills instead of a temporary traffic signal. I'm a newbie to San Angelo. I've only been here about 30 years. But that traffic signal at Oxford and College Hills has been a nightmare for all 30 of those years. It seems that the sensing mechanism never works. It's always geared toward College Hills. Meanwhile, traffic on Oxford is polluting the atmosphere, just idle. It's an old story amongst the old timers that when Travis School was in operation, that when parents picked up their students, they'd have one of the kids jump out of the car and go punch the walk button, hoping that it would change the signal. It never did. I beg you, when this is completed, go with an all-way stop sign, like you have on Saul Ross and Hemlock. Number 2, I am so glad that you do have a temporary traffic signal at Knickerbocker and Twin Mountain. I had a couple who was T-boned at that intersection. Car was totaled. They could have been killed. Please, if you can, make that a permanent traffic signal at Knickerbocker and Twin Mountain. And last, if budget and manpower would permit, if there's any way you can put a 24/7 crew on whatever work is going on Sherwood Way and Southwest Drive. Traffic backs up halfway to Ballinger. I mean, surely we can expedite that project if we have money and manpower available. Thank you very much.
We have Tom Thompson joining us live from somewhere. Other public comment, please.
Good morning, Council. Rocky Templin, builder developer, District 6. I would like the city staff to review the sidewalk procedures and whatever takes place sometime in the future. I permitted a house last year on a lot with a parallel offset, got a permit, went to do the house next door with the rest of the lot in a parallel offset. I could not do that. They said it was gonna have to go to planning, so spent about $2,000 and did a replat and got it approved, which brought up the sidewalk ordinance. And then I received a waiver from Mr. James and Mr. Pate. And then on December, I called for a final and I received a red tag. Missing sidewalk. So, Mr. James, Mr. Vinoy, and Zach Couldn't find anything. I had to produce my own waiver letter from the city of San Angelo to get it resolved. Then last week, I called for a final on the house next door. And believe it or not, Zach said it required a sidewalk. And so they were going to go out and red tag it, and I believe the permit department said, no, let's stop this. We've been through this before. Let's issue a green tag. So somewhere between council passing these ordinances and they getting trickled down, somebody's not doing their job. So somewhere, and this has not just happened to me, this has happened to other builders that have tried to get finals and had sidewalk waivers, or the subdivision didn't even require a sidewalk, and then they were stopped. So I'd like that looked at for the future. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Hello, my name is Amy Mazel Flint. I live in SMD 5. Thank you for Madam Mayor and City Council for all the work that you do in our community. I am here today as the director of the San Angelo Clubhouse. We work with people who live with mental illness, and we are located on Irving Street in the River. So we are right outside of, we're in the downtown corridor, but right outside of downtown. And the reason that we're here today is because we have seen a large number of people who are homeless. And we've been kind of following some of the discussion that's been here in previous months, but our members have been really passionate about this issue because some of our members of the clubhouse are homeless, and a lot of them also have lived with homelessness themselves, even if they have a home now. So a couple of them wanted to come and just share a few words. I told them it was limited to three minutes or less, but I really wanted to thank you for your thoughts and concerns with this issue. It's a really big issue in our area. Thank you, guys.
I'm here representing the
Could you tell us your name and where you live, please?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My name is Rachel Hill, and I'm here to represent the San Angelo Clubhouse. Hi, my name is Rachel Hill. I have lived here for over 5 years. Recently, I was watching an episode of Dr. Phil where he was talking about homeless issues in America. When I was watching it, I thought about it, and the issue was in California, and then he said it was in the issues in bigger cities in Texas. While at San Angelo Clubhouse, I have met several people who are homeless that has opened my eyes to the problem. And now, when I drive around San Angelo, I see people under overpasses, by the bus station, and more. What I realized is that homelessness is not just a problem in other places, it's a problem right here in San Angelo. I have witnessed people living in sheds outside their homes, in boxes, and in tents throughout our city. This is against humanity. It brings tears to my eyes to see people and families living on the streets. I have seen people have lost their kids due to homelessness because of lost jobs. That is against humanity too. The city of San Angelo has had homeless shelters, have a homeless shelter in 4 years. This means that for 4 years, people who have no home, no place to go when it's hot or cold or raining, without a place to stay, even temporarily, they can't even have a stable point to find a place to live permanently. People need a place to live to get a job because the employer will ask for an address or a phone number. For many, not having an address or a phone number means no job. It's a vicious cycle. People who are homeless have no place to shower, no place to use the restroom, no place to store their food or a few of their belongings. A homeless shelter in our community would be a chance for San Angelo families to get out of a bad situation. Moving people off of the streets will help our city flourish. I'm begging the City Council of San Angelo to find a way to help our homeless neighbors know that you had a part in making our city a better place to live. So,
Thank you very much.
thank you for your time.
Further public comment?
Hello, my name is Larry Wayne Benton III. I live in a group home, and it is 1706 Idaho Ave. If you would please listen.
Can you talk into the mic just a little louder?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't need to be nervous because we're not going to do anything to scare you, okay? So just talk from your heart.
Through the years, I have actually seen by my eyes and actually talked to the poor people that are homeless in San Angelo. I have sometimes even have lended my pocket money by getting them food and things, and I just felt so bad. And yes, that they have all been suffering. I have been here for 7 years, and San Angelo has been a good home to me. And when I see others in trouble, I have a heart of giving and trying to help. But yes, a shelter would definitely help our problem in San Angelo. And more, it would help and benefit for the homeless that are around San Angelo and in San Angelo to find jobs and for a few. It's just sad to me to see. Oh, so the mic.
You're all right. Just keep talking.
Yes, ma'am. Firsthand, I'm kind of getting a little worried each day. By passing day, I see people suffering. I wanted to help them so bad, but if this is the best way to help them, I'd keep pushing, because my heart is not only for the homeless and for those who are losing their jobs. Homeless, yes. And I know because I used to be homeless.
Okay, just, you have another minute to just wrap up your thoughts.
Yes, ma'am. City of San Angelo and Council, I have lived through it, and it is horrible. And if we work together by giving them shelter, it will give them time not only for their jobs, just to work together, and thank you.
We appreciate you coming forward. Thank you. Further public comment? If you've spoken one time, you can't come forward again.
No, I can't.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Further public comment?
Good morning, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Benjamin Andrade, and I live in Single Member District Number 3. I was born and raised in Single Member District 3, so I've been here my entire life. And as an adult, it's definitely come to my attention, as I myself have lived through it, that homelessness is a very large issue in San Angelo. And it's very sometimes very easily pushed under the rug. And it's a lot easier without having a homeless shelter. But I was fortunate enough that there was a helping hand that reached out, and I'm no longer personally going through that. And so at least with a shelter, people would have an address, even if it's short-term. But they would have an address, they would have a place to shower, because for the most part, people don't hire people that don't shower. They don't hire people without an address. But just with that one helping hand, that could lead to a snowball effect and, in essence, help those who are currently homeless to no longer be homeless and be contributors to society. So I implore y'all to come to some sort of agreement or something to address the issue. And I thank y'all very much for y'all's time.
Everyone, good morning. My name is Robert Bowling. I live at 1818 South Lincoln Street. The wind blew me to San Angelo. I came to San Angelo as a traveling wind turbine technician. I was working at the Aviator Wind Farm in Robert Lee. And from my hotel room at the Wood Spring, across the highway, I could see this little steeple sticking up. And I thought, I'm looking for a church. I'll start there and see where that leads me. And I went to the Westside Baptist Church, and I haven't gone anywhere since. So officially, I'm here from the Westside Baptist Church. Over the course of my time there, I realized I really liked San Angelo. I kind of fell in love with the city. I met a lot of really good people here, and I decided I wanted to stay. So I got a permanent position at the wind farm where I was there as a traveling tech and got to stay in San Angelo, and I'm grateful for that. So then I moved on to my next plan, which was to start talking to the people in the church about reaching out to the homeless. And I was telling them about different things I'd done with homeless in different cities, and eventually I got them to get together some hygiene bags with some socks in them, and we're gonna go find the homeless and hand them out. So we found a camp where there's a large number of them, probably the largest concentration of homeless in San Angelo. It's a camp on Bryant, between 14th and 11th, right by Wendland. So we go there and we're giving out the bags, and my pastor, Pastor Joe Bourgeois, asked one of the elder statesmen of the homeless camp, what is it you all really need here? What could we really do for you? A dumpster. What we really need is a dumpster. We've got all this trash, we don't know what to do with it. So at the time, we couldn't deliver a dumpster. We didn't know an owner to get approval for that, but we started bringing trailers and loading trash on trailers and hauling it off to the landfill. And we did this for about a year, and then finally, just about 6 weeks, maybe 2 months ago, we met one of the owners who happened to be at the property when we were there. We've gotten permission to have a dumpster delivered. We now have a dumpster there that the people living in the camp have filled 4 times. And every time they fill it, Pastor Joe calls and has it pulled and returned. I understand that there is perhaps a trial or a hearing regarding the owners of the property there at the end of this month. The issues being trash and some of the shelters that aren't up to code that people are living in. I know that there had been a shelter in San Angelo previously, and I believe that having a shelter for homeless is within the character of the people of San Angelo. And I would just like to suggest that possibly we could start.
You need to wrap it up.
Thank you. Our vision is to start a tiny home community right there on that very same property. It's a very cost-effective way of housing them, much better than the money that's been spent on putting people up in hotels when it got really cold. So thank you.
Further public comment?
Good morning. My name's Brandy Bill. I live in SMD1. I am a case manager, nurse for a managed care organization. I can speak to the fact that I have people contact me very frequently as their case manager for their Medicaid services. And they tell me that they are or soon will be homeless. And they need my assistance to find a place to live. I can tell you that Aunt Bertha or findhelp.com, if you plug in 76903, the resources that you will find are woefully inadequate compared to other area codes in other areas. The city of San Angelo, without a homeless shelter, causes people to seek other towns for shelter. Many times, Adult Protective Services reports are placed just for the inability for a person to find shelter. People apply for housing assistance. The housing assistance list is very long in San Angelo. I have people that are currently on housing assistance lists in San Angelo, in Winters, in Ballinger, looking for a place to live. San Angelo would greatly benefit from a homeless shelter. Thank you.
Brief. My name's Gary Cortese. I figured I'd have a reason to be up here and kill two birds with one stone today, but this has nothing to do with what's on the agenda. This happens to do with the area I live in by Goodfella on Bell Street. Not the new part that's been done. We won't talk about that because that's a great job, by the way. Concrete, right? Well, the older part from the Bell Street Bridge going south towards Goodfella was done, I don't know how many years ago, 10, something like that. But anyway, the asphalt is building up around the manhole covers in the driving lane. And it's about to take the front end out of people's cars. It's rough, okay? It looks to me like this one particular picture here. Oh, it's a good half-inch to an inch drop from the level of the pavement. And it seems like a pretty simple fix to me. We don't have to do any great studies or anything. Just take another manhole cover the same size and lay it over the existing one. And that will level it up. Bolt them down together with lag bolts and go on, and work pretty good. But it's right in the driving lane of your driver's side, far lane, tire. All the sewer manholes are lined up there. I could go on and make a little joke that I was swerving them the other day and got pulled over by the police because they thought I was drunk driving, but we won't go there. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Excuse me. Zane White, District 6. As I've stated here for months, the City of San Angelo Code of Ordinances, Section 1204-014, legally mandates that all public signs in San Angelo meet three primary legal requirements. Whether anyone here likes it or not, these requirements legally apply to Lee Pfluger's 14-story Hotel Cactus rooftop sign, which has disgraced the entire downtown San Angelo skyline for the last 17 consecutive years. According to City Code, all signs must be safe, presentable, and structurally sound. Here in this room weeks ago, Councilman Tom Thompson shamelessly tried to con every individual within the sound of his voice by claiming that a fire marshal drone flyby is a legitimate fire and structural safety inspection. When half of Lee Pfluger's giant sign letters were removed 17 years ago, Pfluger reportedly stated he intended to renovate the sign's interior electrical lighting the wiring of which was likely many decades older at that point. Thompson never mentioned a hands-on physical fire inspection of the sign. A standalone fire safety inspection using a drone is obviously illegitimate. During that same gaslighting speech by Thompson regarding a structural integrity inspection, Thompson proudly stated that a structural engineer had found no problematic structural issues regarding the sign. Ironically, city officials informed me months before that they were still waiting for Mr. Pfluger to provide them with a structural engineer's report. They indicated Pfluger had obtained the report at an unspecified earlier date from an engineering firm which he had personally selected and personally financially compensated. Such an arrangement is also obviously illegitimate. Tom Thompson's speech also offered the city's ridiculous Supreme Court decision's excuse, intended to effectively terminate my sign code violation allegations. Both Supreme Court decisions apply to content-related and First Amendment issues, neither of which are relevant to the Hotel Cactus rooftop sign situation. This Supreme Court decision's fraud was a desperate distraction technique related to the irrefutable fact that the rooftop sign is currently not in a presentable condition and has not been maintained as such for almost 2 decades. I'm formally requesting that a motion be made today for this sign code controversy to be placed on an upcoming city council meeting agenda as soon as possible. If no one has the integrity to offer that motion, I'm formally requesting an immediate explanation. Comprehensive details regarding this entire matter may be viewed on my
comments, please.
on my Facebook group site.
Further public comment? Going once, twice. Public comment is now closed. We will move into the consent agenda. I will ask each council member if there's an item they'd like to have pulled from the consent agenda, starting with Larry. Karen, I'm going to pull item D. Harry? Tom?
Nothing to pull.
Tommy? All right. May I have a motion to approve items A, B, and C, please? So moved by Tommy. Second by Larry. Any public comment on items A, B, or C? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of approving items A, B, and C, please say aye.
Aye.
Hearing no noes, consent agenda is approved. We'll move on to item D, consider ratifying COSA DC's approval of proposed revisions to the COSA DC bylaws. Michael Dane, you're on.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Michael Dane, interim or acting Economic Development Director. Do you have questions on this item, Mayor?
Yes, I know it says on here, I'm confused by Article 2, Section 2B, Board may contract with other qualified entities for secretary and treasurer with council approval. Tell me what that is. Does that mean we're going to hire people to do a secretary and treasurer's position?
No, ma'am. Under the current bylaws, those are required to be city staff positions.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the possibilities that the board had contemplated was hiring outside services or the ability to appoint others to perform those functions. And that's would be prohibited under the current bylaws. So they wanted that latitude to be able to do that with council's approval if that situation arose. I don't think they have any plans at this time. They were just contemplating if they began using outside services and needed to use, for example, if they hired a CPA firm to begin doing their accounting and financial reporting, they might consider using someone other than the city's finance director for their treasurer.
Is that because there's a belief that it would be a less expensive venture to do that?
I don't know specifically what would motivate that.
Because most boards for secretary and treasurer are selected within a board.
Yes, but for COSA DC, the treasurer is specified as the city's finance director.
And we believe an outside firm would have a better grasp and handle on the finances.
I do not. Under the current arrangement where the council holds the COSA DC board close, I think it serves the council's interests and both boards' interests in general to have the finance director in touch with in serving both entities. Occasionally, there are times when, for example, the COSA DC board buys land from the city or conducts a transaction with the city where we have to be careful about which side is the finance director is going to need to step in on one side or the other and be absent from the opposite side. And we just have to be careful when that happens. But we do need to make sure.
In those cases, do we not have separate legal staff from the attorney's staff to
Yes.
represent each side?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, on a routine basis, we have separate legal staff to assist COSA DC versus the city. So it's not even special cases where we have special, distinct legal staff. We're just careful with that. I think this was just an attempt by the board to be prepared for latitude in the event they needed it.
Because there's no trust in the city's financial department relative to COSA DC? Is that what it would be about?
Nothing like that was expressed.
Is there a belief that's cheaper, instead of having internal staff do it, that they could hire outside staff to do it?
Well, I do know that they have, the talk recently has been about the cost of services, and so I do know that, what can they do to get better value for the dollar has been part of the thought process.
But if they hire outside staff, do you still not have a part of our finance department charged to COSA DC, because you're still going to be using city staff to work with that person from outside?
It depends on exactly what they would hire.
It would be duplicated.
It could be. Obviously, if that board proposed to do something different, we would have to optimize that situation and draw clear boundaries in order to both determine appropriate responsibility and to maximize the financial impact.
And just for clarity for everyone, who determines when we look at the dollar amount charged to COSA DC for the various areas, meaning real estate, lawyer, finance, et cetera? Who determines what percent or what dollar amount is charged to COSA DC, and who directed the city to do that?
We have a study conducted by a consultant who we informally call it the indirect cost allocation study, and they come in and they attempt to determine what percentage of time or effort a given administrative department spends supporting other funds or departments. For example, human resources deals with personnel, placement and displacement of personnel, managing those positions. And so they look at how much time human resources spends for the water fund, for the sewer fund, for the general fund, and for COSA DC. And they attempt to determine what is an appropriate way to allocate the burden for that to those different funds in a rational way. And so that outside firm does that. Now, we have done that for years because there are federal grants which allow us to allocate those administrative costs to those grants and recover what it takes to administer those grants.
So if we did this, we could no longer do that.
Well, we could still do that. For example, if COSA DC hired somebody to be their treasurer and do their financial work, but they retained legal, we could still recover legal's efforts, the financial piece of legal's efforts to support COSA DC. We could still do that. This would just be carving out for secretary and/or treasurer those things.
I can't support that, so I'm just going to be clear on that. I would not support to change the bylaws to do that. Does not seem reasonable unless there's someone who can prove up that there is an issue with the city's ability for accountability relative to COSA DC, and not, from what I understand, it's not like we're trying to reduce the general fund obligations and assign those dollars to COSA DC. So I don't really support that, and I really don't understand the secretary position.
I think it's the same thing. It's just if...
The secretary records the minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So who are you going to hire from outside of COSA DC to record the minutes?
I don't know. I think...
Again, I can't support it. That does not make sense to me, and I think it is an overreach trying to change the bylaws unless there's something that is very specific that would lead us to believe that currently the work being done by city staff as secretary and/or as treasurer is problematic.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Then I want to ask about on Section 1, appointment of an executive director. It says executive director position, the duly appointed director of economic development for the city of San Angelo shall serve as the executive director of the corporation. The city manager shall appoint the director of economic development in consultation with the corporation's board of directors. B, which is where I believe their changes are being asked, is that correct? Because it was a highlighted point.
Let me pull that up.
Okay, it would be page 10 of the bylaws. I'm not sure what page in the, might be page 28 of them.
There's also a change to A where it adds in consultation with. That
Okay.
appears to be a change as well.
I'm with you.
Okay, so going to this, to point A then, the city manager shall appoint the director of economic development in consultation with the corporation's board of directors. What does that mean?
It is not defined.
Then I can't support it. B, selection process is outlined in Article 5, Section 1A. The board shall participate in the selection process when a vacancy arises in the executive director position. The board president or their designee shall serve on the selection panel alongside the city manager and his or her designees. The board president may also appoint up to 2 additional board members to serve on the selection panel. In no event shall a quorum of the board participate on a selection panel for the executive director position in violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act. You want to talk through that?
The board just desires to participate. They're in that hiring process. They desire to be their positions on various candidates to be heard, and they would like to have a voice in that decision. Our advice from our attorney, Brandon, serves COSA DC, said that the bylaws is a poor place to try to control the behavior of the city manager, and that the optimum place to do that would be in the city services agreement to specify how that interaction should take place. In other words, the COSA DC bylaws would not control the actions of the city manager. The concern, though, is that mitigating factor in that is if council voted to approve these, there might be an expectation that the city manager comply with these. And so there is a little ambiguity there.
May I ask Teresa, is there any other board where in their bylaws we allow them to be participants in the hiring of their executive directors?
The only one that I can think of off the top of my head that's similar is maybe the MPO. And I know when I first got here, we did some work on how that executive director is chosen. But generally, my advice is very consistent. These are city employees, and therefore the sole control and hiring and firing of those needs to be retained within the city. Although, the in consultation with, if we ask the opinion of, and I know Daniel does a lot of committees and includes a lot of people on those committees who have a stake in the decision. But I'm not aware of one that would not only allow participation, but also allow them to have more than one person participate, even without the city manager's
I have a
approval.
real problem trying to control the city manager through a bylaws process.
Well, and I wasn't there when Brandon advised his client, but I would have the same concern that this is not the appropriate place to direct the action of the city manager, because this does not apply to the city, it applies to the Co-CDC board.
I think the board was receptive to Brandon's advice and moved away from trying to formally be part of that process and more empower their president to allow the appointment if necessary or if the opportunity presented itself to have participants. So I don't think the board was trying to control the process here. I think if they try to do that, they'll.
Sounds like it.
You're-
It looks like it, and if you read it, it seems like it would connect the dots in that manner, and I can't support that.
I can understand that. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Harry?
I also have some concern there, and you voiced it, Mayor, and I appreciate that thing. A point being here is I can't support this document the way it's written. I think what we need to do is bring this document back with some changes so that we can really look at it. The mayor has brought up 3 points, and she's only halfway through this document. So I'm sure that there's other, I'm really surprised, and I'll say this, surprised that we're bringing this document forward with so many questions. And I know Brandon took a look at it. I'm really surprised that Teresa let it get to this particular point. Personally, I don't think this particular document serves well for the citizens of San Angelo, and certainly not the people up here in this dais. So I certainly can't support the document the way it's written either.
Just to be clear, I have no ability to stop or move forward any documents that come from Co-CDC. They make decisions and they're brought to our agenda to be ratified or to be rejected. And so we did have numerous consultations and conversations about it, but when they approve something, that's what's brought forward.
And to be fair, the board gave it thought, voted, I think unanimously on this effort, and so I have a duty to bring it to you as they voted for it. So,
Mayor, if I may?
May?
As far as working with boards, I really encourage that. I don't have an issue being able to work with the board, having it written down as far as the way it will be followed. I do have an issue with that. I know the selection process right now that we're going through, we do have the board president of the COSA-DC that is involved in that process. Of course, the city council is involved in the process through our mayor as well. I do hire by committee. I have never hired anyone on my own. I want the expert opinion of those who are heavily involved with these individuals to be involved as well. So in this case, Mayor, I do agree, and Harry, I do agree with you as well. I had a lot of concern, a lot of notes that I actually wrote down on that as well. I think that's hamstringing the city manager to make a decision based on objectively who the best person for that position would be. I don't get involved in the politics of it. I just want to make sure that we get the person who really fits the bill and is going to do a good job for us, and we go through the process through committee. But again, I do have issues and concerns the way it's written as well.
And if you put it in perspective, the involvement from, let's just say, the president of the COSA-DC board could very well term out the very next year. I mean, there's just too many. I can't support this. So I think I've raised two very important points about why this bylaws change is not acceptable. And I can spend a lot more time on it if you'd like me to.
I think I'm good.
Do we have other comments from city council members before I move on?
My problem with this, and maybe I'm repeating what Mr. Valenzuela said, but this paragraph doesn't say who the ultimate authority is. It looks like it's some kind of a voting pattern with the selection panel.
The ultimate authority for hiring currently, and even if this passes, is the city manager.
I don't think we want to get into a battle and a conflict over who was hired, why they were hired, or differences of opinion. You would hope that the credentials of anyone that we looked at and chose to move to a final position of hiring would be someone that we could all support and feel strongly that we've gone through the right actions to make the right person come forward. This I can't support, and I say it again.
I understand. Two quick points. It doesn't sound like it'll make any difference. The board made clear they did not want to affect this hiring cycle or this hiring process. They wanted it to move forward as it exists now. And then the second, I believe I have a board member present who would like to make comment.
I've got some more things I want to say first.
Okay.
Okay. Then the other one is, except for contracts or transactions executed by the executive director as permitted herein, no contract or other transaction between this corporation and any other corporation, person, or entity shall be authorized unless approved at a public meeting by a quorum of the board on duly adopted motion of members not having a conflict of interest. Can you define what conflict of interest is relative to the COSA DC board?
No, ma'am. I'd have to have an attorney up here to go through that for us.
Could we do that, please?
They have the same statutory conflict of interest provisions that you do as the city council, where if a percentage of their income or their family's income or a corporation they're involved in receives funding from COSA DC or from the entity that they're trying to contract with, then they are not allowed to participate in those discussions or decisions, except in very limited instances. So if a majority of people are conflicted, then everybody announces their conflict and then they can all participate. But most of the time, that's not the case.
I'm trying to find it on here, and I'm sure I've printed it somewhere, but there's the issue on here that allows the executive director to approve $25,000 commitments of money without approval of city council.
Yes, ma'am.
But does it limit how many $25,000 a year or any given time period may be approved? So you could end up with a series of $25,000 approval. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The limitation for that autonomy is the budget. There's a limitation for economic development projects. The attempt there was to empower the director to have the same purchasing authority that city department directors have, so that routine expenditures could be accomplished without having to go to the board and then for ratification to council. We think that makes all kinds of sense, subject to the controls in state statute, and of course subject to budgetary controls. And so we are advocates for that, and I am strongly an advocate for that.
I think it makes the process smoother perhaps, so people aren't waiting to be paid. So I think that makes sense, but I think we need to always be very cautious of, if you add all those up, what does that mean in any current budget year?
You're right.
There
are actually
issues there.
Very few that rise to that kind of level that aren't project-oriented. Usually it's, an HVAC unit or something like that causes us to have to spend that kind of money. Sometimes participation in like Ports to Plains, but that exceeds that, and that usually comes through the whole process. And we would consider that a project expenditure, or not a project, but something that requires that kind of scrutiny.
Okay, so, hold on one second. Okay, so you're deleting, I think, on item I, review of proposed development projects. At one point, I think we're asking to delete this. With regard to economic development projects, the corporation may request review and recommendation from cornerstone investors at the San Angelo Chamber of Commerce as provided under contract outside entities when deemed appropriate for the board of directors. I don't get any of that. What does that mean?
Can you tell me what page you're on, Mayor?
It says page 4, which I think it is page 4 of the bylaws, the way this is, and it's item I. I'm not sure why you would ever have the cornerstone investors involved in the San Angelo Chamber of Commerce involved in any of this. Why? And is that why you're eliminating it? Because it's crossed out on my sheet, so I'm wondering why.
Well, I think that this was an edit, and Brandon, this is your document, so you might have to come up and explain it, but this was an edited document that had further edits. So I don't think Cornerstone is in the original, but.
Yep. So Cornerstone was in the original, and I'm not sure why. That's in the current bylaws. I think what the board wanted to do was not be limited by that, so that if they had other entities that could review a project, they would have the discretion to do that, but not necessarily like on a compensation type basis. They could call in an interested entity and just get their review and recommendation on a project.
Yeah, I don't support that at all. So that's eliminated, right? That we're striking out of the bylaws.
You want to remove Cornerstone and any other outside entity as well?
Yes. Well, the thing on this one, this is the confusion part. It says, and recommendations from, and I'm going to read what it says cross out, cornerstone investors or the San Angelo Chamber of Commerce as provided under contract. What is not crossed out but is underlined says outside entities when deemed appropriate by the board of directors.
Yeah, so what's crossed out is how it currently reads, and the underline is the replacement for that crossed out language.
So the bylaws would read, and recommendations from outside entities when deemed appropriate by the board of directors.
Yes, ma'am.
But the question mark is, we have a ballot that was very specific about what the approved projects are. So why are we in question of this ballot approved projects? I think that what you're asking to strike out is appropriate, needs to be gone. But I also say outside entities when deemed appropriate by the board of directors when it's very clear what the ballot approved projects are. And
Yes, I believe it starts out in addition to the ballot approved project. So I think this is an attempt to allow the board to receive counsel from other entities who have expertise in a given industry if the board is considering a project that involves that industry. For example, if we had a local restaurant association and we were thinking about incentivizing a restaurant equipment manufacturer, the restaurant association might have advice for the board that was valuable. Is this a reputable manufacturer?
yes, but let's start with the following very specific things, and it is ballot approved projects. The
Yes,
citizens voted
Yes.
on what those ballot approved projects are. It is not up for debate what those ballot approved projects are. Is that correct, Teresa?
Yeah, that is correct, but I think what Michael is saying is there are additional projects beyond those that we do that's where they're going to seek that input.
It's not an attempt to affect the ballot projects. It's the non-ballot projects that I believe this language applies to, which would be the economic development
Then it
projects.
should say, I would think, in addition to non-ballot approved projects, not non-ballot approved projects. It should say non-ballot approved projects because the citizens were very specific about what projects they would approve.
We can work on that language if it's confusing to make sure that it's clear that the ballot-approved projects aren't the ones that are under consideration in this.
We will not create distrust from the public in COSA DC funding of projects when they were very specific when they voted on COSA DC's extension of the half-cent sales tax, what projects they would support. And I want to make sure we all continue to support the public, the citizens' support of those ballot-approved projects. So it needs to say non-ballot.
Work on that language.
Okay, item C. Other than required budget approval, contracts entered into pursuant to Article 1, Section 8, 2, III, and Article V, Section 2, do not require City Council approval. Because earlier in that same paragraph, it says contracts for service, and this is what it says. It says, the corporation may, with approval of City Council. And then at the end, where it says red, it looks like to me you're adding do not require City Council approval, when the very first line says the corporation may, with approval of the City Council, contract with any qualified and appropriate person, association, corporation, on and on and on.
Yes, ma'am. I believe that is referred to the addition of the authority for the director that is contained farther back in, I think, Section 5 or Article 5. And I think this is an attempt to not, to make clear that the director's authority does not override or supersede the requirements for the corporation to go to council. Is that?
It's bloody there. Who would ever know that? It's not clear enough.
So normally it would require council approval. There's a couple exceptions. The executive director, as Michael mentioned, and then if it's above 25,000 but below 50,000, they wanted that to be able to go to just the board with city manager approval and not have to go to council to expedite those types of purchases. So that language at the bottom is just trying to make clear that there are those two exceptions.
It's not clear because it
Okay.
doesn't say anything about those exceptions. So if you want a contract that is clear, those exceptions have to be pointed out in this piece.
Mayor, it references the sections
We write it
in that
out.
language.
Could we add it? Very specific language to that.
Work on that language.
Investment policy, it says, the accounts reconciliation and investment of such funds and accounts shall be performed by the Department of Finance of the city unless another qualified entity or individual has been employed by the Board of Directors to perform such services under contract approved by City Council. Well, I'm challenging using an outside service as treasurer versus our own finance department. So this investment policy, explain it. I might not be understanding it enough.
This is simply to align, I believe, the provisions in this section with the latitude that they were seeking for hiring someone outside to be the treasurer.
I don't
That if they
support
hired-
that, so I can't support this.
I understand.
Then finally, on section 2, which would be under section 8, 2, and that's where, see, this follows what I just talked about was not clear, because this piece on these bylaws follows, not before it, but follows those exceptions for approval. Because this says, and with the City of San Angelo's Purchasing Policy and Procedures Manual as amended, additionally, the following limitations shall apply. I, the Executive Director, may make expenditures up to $25,000 as provided in Article V, Section 2 below, to expenditures. See, if we're going to do that, we need to have that above the other, and I don't believe we need to do that. I think there needs to be some serious review of this. I cannot support approving these bylaw changes today. I think you need to go back to the board and ask for some re-reviews and thinking through some more.
I understand. What we will do is, if this vote fails, we will review this video and compile a list of the observations and make that available to board members.
Did I make a motion to table this revision to the bylaws for a future date? Seconded by Harry. Wait a minute.
I think it's more appropriate just to deny them because they're going to have to go back to COCDC for approval, and if we bring it back as tabled, it'll be the same item we're bringing back, so.
So tell me what I need to say.
I think you need to make a motion to deny ratification of these bylaws or
I
acceptance.
make a motion to deny ratification of these bylaw changes. Do I have a second? Seconded by Harry. Is there public comment? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor of denying the approval of these bylaw changes, please say aye.
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 Motion is approved or denied. Approved to deny. I think, is that the correct way to say it?
You got
Okay.
it. You got it.
All right. We will now move on to our regular agenda. Regular agenda, comments regarding items on the regular agenda may be made by the public when each item is discussed as outlined above. Applicants, proponents, and appellants are exempt from the time limit above and instead must limit their remarks to less than 5 minutes. Item A, update and direction on the Buffalo Soldiers Memorial Project led by the local unit of the NAACP at El Paseo de Santa Angela Park, including clarification of the city property that is encompassed by the project. Carl, you're on.
Yes, we'd like to give an update on the Buffalo Soldier Memorial Project and offer a clarification as to the property that's included and encompassed in this project. Just a quick background, the local unit of the NAACP is leading the efforts. The resolution was passed, adopted on April 5, 2022, supporting the fundraising for the project, supporting the project and the use of the space. Afterwards, a few months later, City Council authorized the negotiation of an agreement with the San Angelo Area Foundation for implementation of the project. Let me skip down to the bottom. Funding is now in place and construction documents are developed. We're interested in moving forward with the project. Now, these two bullets I skipped were bullets on a final slide of the original presentation to City Council about this project. And in the excitement to get the project moving, the project was approved, the resolution was adopted before this slide was presented that showed those two bullets. So as a clarification and as part of this item, an exhibit was included in the background information that shows the area I'll show here in a second. The primary area of the project is at the El Paseo de Santa Angela to be used for memorial interpretive space, and the secondary adjacent area to be landscaped. This image was part of the exhibit that was attached to this item. So it shows the two parcels, one at the Paseo and then one adjacent to it along Oak Street. Now, I hesitated to show this slide because council did not see this slide. It was
I
created.
think that's a key point. We never saw this.
Yes, this rendering was created after the resolution was adopted. And also, it doesn't quite show what we're intending to do at this point. What we're intending to do at this point is just landscaping. It doesn't include a lot of this rock work that you see here. Council did see these slides that show the monuments. And now we have construction documents, and I'd like to just quickly show you the site plan that shows the two parcels. We have the Paseo section here, and
the other secondary section here along Oak Street that shows the landscaping. Closer view shows the improvements, accessibility improvements, shows the paseo. The construction plans keep the essence of the paseo. You see the meandering creekway there that was originally part of that, and basically overlays the improvements and enhancements onto that. The monuments, the new seating, enhanced landscaping, and connection to the secondary location. And put together, here's the match line right here, which is also here. So this shows the landscaping along Oak Street, and then how it connects to the paseo section. This here is an alleyway that has not been abandoned, and so we're just proposing to put decomposed granite on it. We could make it more simple.
Where's that alleyway, just exactly?
Where is it? Let me back up.
Because I can't tell from that.
Okay.
Describe where it is.
Here. But right here. Here's the cabinet shop. Here's the paseo. Here's Oak Street. But as you see here, we've simplified it. We've made it just a simple connection here.
Do you see what a problem it is that today we're presenting this, which is so different than what we approved originally?
Just to clarify, Council, I think the original proposal was that that you saw along the paseo itself. The other was noted. What was not included was the actual connection design. So you're showing that today. So this is meant to be a clarification for that so that Council knows and there's not any confusion for future councils to show that final piece of landscaping to help y'all out. So yes, we agree we need to bring it back as a clarification, and that's why it's coming today.
Harry, you wanted to ask a question or make a comment?
Carl, if you could go back to the slide that shows the two pieces of property, Paseo here and the other one right there. This is exactly the slide that you started with on April 5th, about 41 minutes into that particular meeting. You pointed these two pieces of property out at the beginning of this. I presumed that we were talking about both properties throughout the whole process, the whole 18 minutes that we discussed it. And that's what I voted on. I voted on both properties as one project. Now, I'm sorry that it wasn't clarified more, but from my perspective, that's what I thought we were voting on.
Go ahead, Carl.
That's mostly the presentation. I do have an update from the Area Foundation that I could present right quick. So funding has been secured to move forward. Construction documents and costs have been determined. McCray Construction has been chosen to begin construction with construction documents being executed last week. The permitting process is beginning. The funding secures allowed for the main section of the memorial to be constructed with all the improvements, and the secondary one to begin landscaping, initially with some larger trees planted and then later with some smaller trees and ornamental landscaping as well as the connection.
Carl, just to clarify, does that mean that the area that we're talking about today is included in that construction? That is the landscaping you're talking about?
Yes.
So it's included in the funding?
Yes.
Okay.
Questions for Carl? I'm just concerned that we didn't have a more thorough presentation and conversation when it was originally presented, because we as a council have had many conversations over that piece of property that fronts the cabinet shop. And I think many of us here know that. So I think there would have been a whole different conversation about that property had we had a thorough discussion that day about that being inclusive of it. And I claim ignorance to the fact that maybe that diagram was there, and I trust that Harry's correct, but I was not aware of it, so that's my own problem. and would have had a much further conversation about it because, again, City Council has on many occasions had a discussion about that property that faces Oaks and the future of that property. So that's my own issue with it. Tommy?
I think in our excitement over the project, we probably moved past this inadvertently, so.
I do too.
Yeah.
It's still an
Yeah.
issue because
Yeah.
we all know what that is.
Yeah.
That being said, any other comments from council? Then what do we need to do? Do we need to go ahead and take a vote to make sure that there's no further issue with that being included? Can we, and if it is an issue, what do we do?
It's a direction item, so I think just a consensus. I don't think there has to be a formal vote. But I believe the information was also included in the background package. We looked at this pretty extensively to see what had happened. So it was in the background information on the agenda, as well as, I don't remember if it was presented or not, but I believe Harry is.
I know all of the wonderfully presented visuals with it never included that side element. I do know that. So with that being said, is there any, Karen, please.
We're just curious what that unabandoned piece is currently being used for.
It's totally abandoned, and visually it's pretty ugly because we have some buttresses supporting the adjacent
Those
wall.
buttresses have to stay because you can't remove those buttresses. So does this design include those buttresses? Because I don't see that. I need to see that.
There is a fencing and the landscaping. The fencing blocks the view of that.
They're pretty tall. So it's going to be a tall fence?
So Carl, the gap there, the white place is where those buttresses lie?
Yes.
So the landscaping starts just to the east of those
So
buttresses?
those buttresses remain, because
Draw-
that is
Yes.
required
Draw a
for the
line where
stability
they-
of that building.
Draw a line where they are.
They're here.
They're in that white space.
There's a fence there.
There's a fence that goes along that side of the landscaping that blocks the view of those buttresses? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the buttresses are here, there'll be a fence, and then the trees planted, so visually, you'll only be able to see the top of the building.
You know what the fence is proposed to
We
be made
need
out
to
of?
see what that fence looks like. Where's the diagram on that?
I think it's part of the background information, but not on a slide.
You know what it would
What
be
is
made
it?
out
Is
of?
it rock?
It's
Is it
wooden.
what is it? And how tall is it?
Matt Lewis is here with the Area Foundation.
Madam Mayor, Council, Matt Lewis with the San Angelo Area Foundation. We stipulated raising that fence, making it newer and raising it up taller. So
How tall would it be?
I believe it was going to go up to 7 feet. Right now, it's a 5.5, so it would raise it taller.
Yeah.
Before we get that up, we can certainly come back and revisit it because the whole goal is making sure it's visually attractive. And if we're 6 inches shorter, well, we may make it 6 inches taller. If we can save 6 inches, we certainly want to dress it up as best we can. But the idea is that if at a future time something was done with that property, that fence could come down, and
I
then
think that's key because I don't want to limit our potential to do, because we own the property behind the cabinet shop and we own what's in front of it. And I don't think we want to be limited to the outcome and final use of those properties by this, but the fence is flexible.
Yes, ma'am. It's
And
like
we
a
all-
privacy residential taller fence. That would be very nice, but if at a future, years from now, something's done different on the cabinet shop property and it was incorporating with that landscaping, that fence would come down.
So we'll make sure we make a note on that
Yes, ma'am.
fence is up for consideration should it need to be if future use of those properties the city owns needs to happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions for Carl or comments or anything?
I guess we just need to, by consensus, like Teresa said, just move forward with taking note of the comments made here. That, I guess.
Everybody nodding your head? Consensus is there? And Tom, am I seeing your head nodding? Yes, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's kind of a nod.
We're good.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, thanks, Carl. And I think you're up
The next
next
item.
anyway. So item B, consider a resolution supporting the private fundraising efforts to construct splash pads at city parks.
We received some months ago a proposal from All Texas Irrigation and Supply. As part of this proposal, they committed to funding the splash pad facilities up to $200,000. As part of that proposal, they wanted to secure the naming rights for the splash pads for the life of the facilities. They are proposing 2 splash pads to be built, one at Kirby Community Park and one at Unidad College Hills Park. And once these are constructed, the city would take on full maintenance and operation of the facilities, as well as inspection. A quick orientation of the locations. Here at Kirby Park, North Bryant is up here. This is Edmond Boulevard, North Concho River. The large pavilion at Kirby Park. The circle shows the proposed location. The little rectangular boxes you see there are currently used as horseshoe pitching area.
Is that used a lot?
It's moderately used. It's not heavily used. It's mostly used during
Define
events.
moderately, I mean, 10 people a week,
I would say
100 people a week in
a
the
few times a
summer.
month at the most. So I think a splash pad would definitely be a higher use of this property here. It's a great location, right next to the river, near where we intend to cross over, connect to the other piece of property, a large pavilion. There's restrooms, there's lots of parking, there's a playground. It's an awesome location, and it is a community park. We have some renderings of what that has been conceptualized to look like.
How much irrigation did it take to make that park look that green? That's what I want to know.
I must clarify that this is not, doesn't superimpose the exact location. The pavilion would be right here. This shows a pretty standard splash pad with the different spray elements. Let me take just a few looks around it. One of the top items that kids really love is this bucket here that fills up with water, and then kids anticipate it dumping over, so they stand underneath it.
Is that like somebody at the county fair that sits up on the water bucket and you throw basketballs to try to dunk them? Is that the same
It's
kind of
similar.
thing?
They'll get splashed with water if they stand underneath it for sure. Sort of a ground view. Just moving around it. And this image shows, it's more of a bird's eye view. The pavilion would be back over here. This little cutout is because we want to take advantage of a light that's already existing at this location that provides light for this general area. Second location at College Hills. Here's College Hills Boulevard. This is Vista Del Arroyo. We did consider this location because it kind of brings it all together within the playground area. But we decided on this location because electricity is basically at this spot here, which makes it more, it's cheaper to actually construct because the run for that is very short. Again, a great location. We have plenty of parking. We have restrooms. We have a great park with a new playground and a pavilion. Now this one is the smaller, it's more of like a spray pad. It does have lights, but we've talked about removing the lights and perhaps adding some features at this spray pad as well to provide some variety. But it's more of a spray pad where you just have the water coming up from the ground. ground view.
And what neighborhood is that?
I don't know, it looks like San Francisco almost. This one has lights, but again, at present, we're not talking about doing the lights because we're not intending to operate these at night.
How do you keep someone from not using them at night?
We could, but we're going to have to, if we run it at night, we're going to have somebody there to actually inspect and make sure everything's safe.
They won't, I mean, they could get on it, but as far as the features running, they're on timers, so
Yes.
they will not run at night.
Okay.
I mean, they could walk on it or
Yeah.
whatever, but.
Yeah, there's an actuator that you have to press to get it to start. Looking at the costs, again, the Kirby one is the larger, more expensive one. For its construction at the site, just the site itself, we're looking at $335,000. Unit add is $255,000, $256,000. And these costs are for both sites with all the plans, the site plans, the mechanical engineering, plumbing, all the permits, the housing for the equipment, the filters and the pumps, which are basically about 10 feet by 20 feet in size. The utility runs for electrical and water. The shaded sitting areas, we got a quote on those, about $12,000 each for basically a canopy-covered shaded sitting area that's connected to the splash pad, a couple for each site. Connecting walkways, all the signage. We will have to make some adjustments to the irrigation systems at both locations, so there's a cost there. And we've factored in some contingency with an overall budget estimate of $850,000. Now, need to point out that these systems are recirculating so that the water doesn't go back into the sewer system. It goes back into a holding tank and then gets filtered, a sand filter, to then a UV filter before it goes back out to the splash pad. Now, Brent Casey is here, Recreation Manager, who will speak about the operation, maintenance, and inspections of the splash pads. We think that's very important, and it also does have a cost, so we'll present that as well. We also have folks here from Altex Irrigation who may want to speak to the project. And again, we've mauled this item as a resolution, similar to like we've done with the restroom projects, where if this gets adopted, the folks can go out and raise the funds for it, but they can't begin the projects unless the funds are raised. Now, the resolution does state, since there's two splash pads, that if funds are raised to proceed with the smaller one, they can do so and continue to raise funds for the second one, but can't initiate the second one until all the funds are raised for it as well.
Morning, Mayor, Daniel, Council. Yes, so obviously there's a lot that has to be done once the splash pads are completed to maintain them. So it would include, checking the chlorine levels, the muriatic acid, cyanic acid, everything like that. Minimum total bromine if we decided to go with bromine, but that would probably not even be used because it would be the chlorine instead of the bromine. Maintain the pH between 7.2 and 7.8. So this is something that all these things have to be, and many others, have to be checked every 2 to 4 hours while the pool is, or while the splash pads would be open to the public. The pool, current municipal pool, we check every 2 hours while we're open to the public, and we document that, which this would have to be documented as well. Also, before opening, we would have to inspect and remove any biofilm that build up on any of the surfaces, such as the tank, the spray nozzles, and the drains. Test for availability of chlorine every 2 to 4 hours, which I mentioned. Ensure drains prevent standing water from collecting, and inspect the tank regularly and clean as needed. Document all the things that we do, all the chemicals that we put in, and where the readings are, so every couple of hours. So with that, I would request an additional full-time employee to assist us with the operation of the splash pads, and also give them duties to assist with what myself and my staff currently do with the pool. So the full-time base salary would be $40,583. Their benefits would be another $18,300. So a total personnel cost of $58,976. And then the water is estimated to cost for the
You
two.
want to stop here a
Yes,
minute,
ma'am.
because here's the one issue I would ask on this is, we already employ someone to do what you just said has to be done every 2 hours at the pool, the city pool, when it's in operation, correct?
I would like to clarify on that one, and Brent, you can correct me. This is one I talked about at the last council meeting. I think this was sort of brought up, which we agree is a concern. But right now what's happening is, for the most part, Brent and John Henry, who have other jobs and they are not hired to be experts in monitoring those systems, are having to try to maintain and keep those up and running at our existing pool. So this type of person, and he can elaborate on who's actually doing the inspections and so forth, is an area I believe we need to address long-term with the city and in other areas as well.
To answer your question, yes, ma'am, we do currently have a pool manager while the pool is open and an assistant manager, and they're the ones responsible for checking the chlorine and all the other chemical levels in the water. If there needs adjusted, then we are contacted, one of my staff members, normally the supervisor that's over the aquatics, but if there's other issues, then like John Henry's basically our real expert, and then I'm learning from him and learning as we go. But we go down and we adjust things in the mechanical room, which we do train the pool manager to do some of the things, but all of the things are not done by them, depending on what it is. So if something stops working, we need to go down and get it fixed and get it brought back up online, however the situation may go. But the pool manager and the assistant pool manager are normally there. They're not both there at the same time, so they also deal with the customers, deal with everything as in running the pool. My full-time staff go over and we do check on the pool managers and other things. But if we do the splash pads, they would be open longer than the end of May through the first weekend in September. So we would get more use out of them. So the pool manager wouldn't work as far as sending them over to the 2 locations to check.
Well, I think you just mentioned something that I'd like some clarification on, and that is, okay, so the swimming pool's only open from whatever date to whatever date you just said, right? But that's also because kids go back to school. But a splash pad would seem to have a longer season to it than a swimming pool would. So, because, you know, it's 80 degrees sometimes in September, a lot. It's 100 degrees a lot in September and October. Sometimes in December it's 80-some degrees. So the question mark is, what is the anticipated time frame these splash pads would be open?
Probably around the beginning of March through the end of September, early October, depending on the weather. We could adjust it as we go, but something like that. So about a month prior and about a month longer, somewhere in there.
What do the people we're going to employ to do this do when the pool and the splash pads aren't open?
Glad you asked that question. Currently, my staff have to go to the pool twice a day right now, even in January, even though the pool's been closed since the first weekend in September. We have to go down there twice a day and bump it and make sure that everything is not leaking, running correctly, and everything like that. I could put that on manual, but because of the money that we just spent on that, I'm the only one in city staff that knows those codes to do so, and I don't want it done that way yet because I want to make sure that everything continues to work properly and as it is because of the money that we just put into that. So it's not something that you just turn off September or October and leave it. It's something that you still have to go and maintain and watch and check and make sure there's no leaks. Every moving part breaks at some point in time. We all know that. So you still have to lubricate things. The splash pads wouldn't be near as bad as the pool during the winter months because we would drain it and all the water would come out, so we wouldn't have to worry about freezing and everything like that. The pool, which would be added into this position if approved, there's year-round maintenance that has to be done with that, and then the splash pads as well, we would definitely go and check those.
Okay, so what we know right now is we wouldn't approve these full-time people yet because we haven't raised all of the money for these splash pads, so we wouldn't be hiring people right now. And so I wouldn't agree to approve the hiring of these people unless we said specifically that they would be hired as needed based off of the splash pads being completed. Is that correct?
We're not asking you to do it unless the splash pads get built. Yes, ma'am.
Be clear.
So the water, the electricity, chemicals, minor tools and equipment, professional services, in case it's something beyond what our knowledge of my staff does have or myself, we have to bring someone in and outsource maintenance, which is also the same thing, but we do have a couple different accounts depending on what part of the equipment it is that needs attention. So I wanted to put a couple different ones in there. So estimated operation costs come out to about $28,600, and that's including the major increase in the chemicals over the past year and a half. And then,
Someone told you inflation is not as bad as it used to be and is going down on a daily basis?
Okay,
Good,
well-
thank you.
all right. So total estimated for the personnel and the running of the operation would be $87,576.
And so talk to us about, okay, this is what we think, once they're open, it's going to be our annual maintenance costs. What happens 5 years down the road, 2 years down the road?
5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, everything should be roughly the same depending on the chemicals and where they go price-wise. We're anticipating this to last at least 20 years before it's going to need any major thing. Of course, we're going to have to go and lubricate things and everything like that and do what we need to do and make sure everything's clean, especially in the holding tanks. That's the area that's not everyone sees all the time. But yeah, it should
be
stay
done.
roughly the same. I'm sorry?
Yeah, still has to be done.
Yes, ma'am.
There is the possibility with this, but like anything else, where you have a pump failure or something like that. So we do have those costs that come along sometime unexpectedly.
Do I have questions or comments from rest of council?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Karen, you first, and then Larry, you follow, please.
Will there be a fee assessed to access the splash pad? It's open to the public.
Is this a typical arrangement where the name is given to it in perpetuity?
This wouldn't be in perpetuity. It's proposed to be for the life of the splash pads.
So do we need
Well,
a-
because you're going to have multiple people, because there's a fundraising effort, right? So you're going to have many people, we hope many people, contributing to the cost of the $800,000.
Right.
So it's not, I'm sure Altex, sorry, I'm in the restaurant business, would be, certainly needs to be recognized for their efforts, but is there signage that is expected to be displayed at these splash pads? Because I didn't see anything in the diagrams.
We did have slides,
Might
signs
have missed
and
it.
rules and site signs.
So where are they? They weren't in the sketches, were they?
It doesn't show where the signs are, no.
Okay.
Will you explain, Carl, what those are proposed to say if there's an agreement that Altex is proposing with this donation? Are they wanting naming rights? Are they wanting?
I think they're here in the audience. They might
Yes,
want to come
they're wanting
forward,
naming
but we
rights.
want to make sure we're all
How
very
long?
clear on that.
The life of
And,
the splash pads.
Everyone's clear. We want to make sure there's no ambiguity to any of this today. So,
To answer Larry's question as they're coming up is, I believe that in this case, they would be requesting naming rights associated with their donation. The intent is for the life of the thing, which they're anticipating is about 20 years.
At least 20 years. And so at the entrance of the facility, there would be a sign basically saying Altex. The splash pad sponsored by Altex.
Hello,
Hello.
Jeff Perron. I'm the owner of Altex Irrigation and Supply. Yeah, we would expect naming rights on this. We're going to be putting forth the effort to raise the money, and we're putting up a chunk of it up front to start the funding. I think also, after seeing y'all look at some of the other park features of the one you looked at prior to ours, these are pre-renderings. We have to start somewhere, get something rolling, get the ball moving. Our biggest deal is to produce the 501c so we can start the nonprofit. We'd need approval with that from y'all. Once that's accomplished, I would say that we would do a firmer rendering with the correct backgrounds. Maybe if our fundings are being exceeded a lot quicker than expected, maybe we're looking forward, to maybe go above and beyond what we've budgeted out. These renderings could be modified tremendously. It'd be great to see more crowdfunding and more money, opposed, but as of right now, this is where we were starting. We did incorporate a smaller location and a larger location just to kind of give ourselves an idea of a budget, from a larger splash pad to a smaller splash pad with features, without features. Now we can go in and plug and play from one quote to another to get an idea of what a feature cost. Maybe even at that point we could sell those features or those structures, to ask for crowdfunding, if we put a value on that particular splash, the bucket dump or whatever, to ask for help from individuals. I would like to see a lot more money involved in possibly a larger scaled splash pad when it's all said and done at both locations, or maybe the opportunity for a third down the road. But
What is your expected time frame to start on, if there's one that you've raised enough money for, what would be the time frame you would expect? Is this something we will see in 2023 or not until 2024?
I would love to see it in 2023, but I would not to be off with everything going on and the things that are happening and hard to get product and structures, manpower, I'd be conservative and say 24. But if we can get the money moving, then hit the ground running. I'd love to have it sooner than later, because let's take advantage of it if we can make it happen.
You're working with the Area Foundation to
Correct.
create the fund?
Correct.
the
Once that's approved by
donations.
City Council, then we should be able to open up a all-tech splash pad fund, and anybody and everybody could donate.
Are there any questions for Jeff? Larry?
I have one, but it may be for Carl. I'm curious about whether there's any on-site management. I know it's not a swimming pool, but accidents do happen.
Well, we don't have on-site management of our parks, right? So we don't have someone at every park every day managing our parks. So I can't imagine that we would, but that's just my perspective. Doesn't mean I'm correct.
No, sir, there's no requirement to have someone on site. It's zero depth, so you don't have to have lifeguards. So no.
Other questions or comments for Jeff while he's here up front? Do we need to know anything else, or do you have questions for council for
No, I
clarification?
don't believe I have any questions for council. Like I said, I'm just asking for approval to make this happen, and then if we can get the approval, then it lies on my hands. But I just wanted to make clear that, like I said, renderings, starting points, this is where we are. We will be dedicated enough to make sure that when it's game time, all renderings will be correct and accurate, so.
Well, thank you for your passion and your efforts to get this started. I know it's a big investment on your all's part, but I also know that this has been something that the city couldn't afford to do, and yet the citizens would like to have as part of our park system. So
No, I believe so. And the city's gonna have to, I mean, not, the city, we appreciate your cooperation as well, providing a location if we can make that happen, but we're gonna need help to make this happen as well. So, any citizens of the city are, gonna need to step up as well. And $10, $15, $20, it doesn't matter. You go crowdfunding, little at a time, it'll get there. So we appreciate it.
You have to have the 501c approved before you can collect donations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how are you going to announce that?
Well, I think you simply have to fill out the paperwork and send it to the state and get it approved by them. I don't know that it's a lengthy process, but Matt knows very well how to get that done, and he'll walk you through the process.
Yeah, we'll let Matt help me on that side. I apologize. That's not my expertise.
That'll help you.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Matt, are there any comments or anything you want to add to it relative to what we've just said?
Thank you, and thank you, Jeff and Altex, for really stepping forward. They have committed substantial funds to get this ball rolling, and we just want to know that council is on board and says, yes, we want to do that. That way, when he's out raising money, we are the 501c3, to help with whether it's crowdfunding through San Angelo Gives, grant applications.
Now's your time to announce when San Angelo gives this, so if anybody's looking to participate, they'll know when.
Yes, no, and San Angelo gives us the first Tuesday in May, so we will have this up actually 2 weeks before then. Now, we'll come up with a way to give before then, because Jeff and I need to get enough money in, because you've got to get the architectural plans and got to get this whole process, bring it back so that you see the finished product. And I'm optimistic that this is going to be a great project, and that, like Jeff said, I think there's more if we're successful at that.
Okay, Karen.
Any questions of me?
I think Karen had some.
Yes, and thank you as well. I just have a quick question about something you said. Am I given to understand that The Area Foundation can act as a 501c3 umbrella over this project while they are undergoing the application process, because the acquisition of the designation can take up to 6 months.
Yes, so they've got options. They can create their own 501c3 and have their own board, and it lasts much longer. Organizations can also work with us, like what we've done with getting the restrooms built for MLK Park or the Buffalo Soldier Memorial. We're acting as we call it a physical sponsorship, and we really look at those on a one-off basis to see if it has a finite life. You know, if you go create a 501c3 that does some projects, but then you've done them and you no longer need it, well, then you have to unwind it, and it's for the public good, and there's nobody else doing it. Our board looks at all those things, then we can look at being a fiscal agent and stand in as a 501c3. It comes under the auspices and management of the foundation. So.
Any other questions for Matt? Okay, thank you, Matt.
The presentation has a couple of more slides. I want to make sure I cover everything. This slide was just talking about funding, some of the strategies for funding the project, as we've discussed already. And then as part of the resolution, so what we're seeking is for council to adopt a resolution supporting the private fundraising efforts, as we've talked about. The resolution does not commit the city to provide funds for development of splash pads. The overall project may be separated into 2 phases, as I described earlier, the smaller one and then the larger one. And then the city commits to taking on full maintenance and operation of the splash pad facilities once they are constructed.
So once they're constructed, we own them.
Yes. I think that's the last slide.
Any further questions before someone makes a motion to adopt the resolution?
Move.
Moved by Harry, seconded by Tommy.
I promised, we talked about maybe adjusting some of the layouts of the splash pads. I promised to bring that back to council, so you make sure you're in the loop as those change.
We have to see a final. We can't have a partial.
We'd also like to see what the signage, where it's located, what it would look like, quality of the signage would be important as well.
But we want you to move forward, so there is a motion and a second. We're open for public comment at this point. Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
And Tom says aye, even though he's muted. I can read his
Aye.
lips. Yes.
Aye.
So
Aye.
motion passes 5-0. Okay, thank you, Carl. We are going to take a break, so we're going to take 10 minutes. Ready for item C. First public hearing and consideration of the following ordinances. 1, amending Chapter 6, Fire and Rescue of the San Angelo Code of Ordinance by amending Article 6.03, Section 6.03.31, adoption and amendments, and amending Article 6.06, open burning. Presentation will be made by Billy Clemens. And 2, amending Chapter 4, Building and Construction of the San Angelo Code of Ordinances by deleting and replacing Article 4.04, Technical and Construction Codes and Standards by adopting the International Codes 2021 and the National Electrical Code 2020 with amendments. That will be made by Charlie Kemp. So we will start with item 1, which is, in fact, amending Chapter 6, Fire and Rescue of the San Angelo Code of Ordinances by amending Article 6.03, Section 6.03.31. You're on.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Billy Clemens, City Fire Marshal. I'd like to open today going over that the International Fire Code regulates safety requirements. Noncompliance is a violation that can result in fines. More tragically, however, the lack of dutiful effort in preventing and managing these fire hazards can wage unnecessary damage and even cost lives. Fires are always going to occur, but when we can prevent them as much as possible, and when we have spent a substantial deal of effort in already doing this through code enforcement, standards, and even safer and more responsible practices, but there are no possible ways to prevent every fire. Unwanted ignition may be unavoidable. Maintaining the life safety of building occupants, protecting emergency responders, and limiting the damage to the buildings and its contents is our goal, and it should not be impeded or diminished. It is our duty to ensure that we build stronger, safer, more affordable, and sustainable buildings. Starting off, I'd like to say special thanks to everyone that was on the 2021 Fire Code Committee, Chief Patrick Brody, Kai Frankie, Paul Parker, Shane Labarge, Carrie Meyer, Russell Pell, Brooke Werner, Ryan Matthews, Paul Willerson, and Holly Voth. These were our committee members, all getting together, having meetings, and discussing the fire code. The city in the past has hired a consultant to review public protection classifications, or PPC rating, in preparation for review by Insurance Services Organization, or the ISO, to determine if lower property insurance rates could be placed in effect in San Angelo. We are currently at a PPC of 1. Adoption of the 2021 edition of the Fire Code will assist in maintaining the city's insurance rating and keeping the citizens' insurance ratings at its current level, or even lower.
Go lower than 1?
I do not think so. Yes, you can go lower than 1 as far as scale of insurance ratings, 10 being the lowest. And it's to drop in lower insurance ratings, going from a 1 to a 2 would increase our insurance ratings for the constituents. So we don't want to do that if we have any chance of saving the constituents money and keeping our insurance rating at a 1. But no, it doesn't go any lower than 1. Okay. We're going to go over the key changes we're currently sitting under the 2015 IFC.
What's motivating this needing to change to 2021?
Well, with the code changes, normally the codes go through changes every 3 years. Normally with the code changes, there are standards that have gone through the process of being updated because of things that have happened through building ordinances or things that have gone through the process and they've seemed to not work as far as safety procedures. So when they come out with the code ordinances, it's due to the fact that either something is not working or they're coming up with something more safer, more stringent for the building occupants. So,
does the state demand this?
Yes, it is
and
something.
What do they demand?
That we try to remain current with all the codes and ordinances.
And as a state, and I should say as a city, how many cities follow? In other words, how many cities are still under the 2015? Cities our size, for example.
Currently, I don't have the exact number. I know that currently there are 22 cities that have adopted the 2021 code in the state.
Only 22.
Currently, that I've found going through Google searches, yes, ma'am. But I'm sure that there are cities that have adopted them.
Okay, so the other cities maintain at 2015, and have those cities had any problems with their rating of 1 and their insurance policy?
Yes, I'm sure the majority of those folks, if they're still under the 2015, they're not sitting at a 1 rating.
And so why wouldn't they do it?
They probably have not gone to the newer standard due to the fact of the size. It could be something that they're working on. I don't know too many cities that are still under the 2015. Most of them have already gone to the 2018, and most of them haven't gone to the 2021 yet due to the fact that they're still working out the bugs from the 2021 code.
So
but again, it's something that we wait every 6 years to adopt the codes so that when they're initially adopted in 2021, that those things can be worked out.
So why would we go from 2015 to 2021 versus, for example, 2015 to 2018? What's the significant difference between going from 15 to 18 versus 15? Because 15 to 21 seems like a big jump. So why would we make that big jump if 2018 covers and would still allow us to have a rating of 1?
Normally, when we adopt the codes, again, it's every 6 years. We do not adopt every 3 years because by the time we get to the adoption process, currently under the 2015, we were already close to the 2018 fire code. So it would not make sense to jump right into the 2018 when we just initially adopted the 2015. And that's why we would wait until the 21 code came out and then adopt the 2021 code. The 2018 code only had a few minor changes in it, which I'm about to go over. And then I'll talk about that and the 21 changes as well. Okay. Under the 2018, some of the key changes, the hazards related to outdoor pallet storage, higher education laboratories, mobile food trucks, and plant processing and extraction activities were addressed in new provisions. That was something that was not covered under the 2015 code, but is now covered under the 2021.
What are those provisions?
Under outdoor pallets, they're requiring a sprinkler system if under canopies, eaves, or overhangs. They must be stored within, not stored within 10 feet of any lot line. They have to be less than 20 feet in height and not over 400 square feet per pallet pile, which means they're limiting in their size and they're actually causing them to have a sprinkler system if it's under canopies, eaves, or close to the buildings for the outdoor pallets. Under labs, for higher education, it's more on lab safety, extinguisher requirements, stuff of that nature, signage, hazard abatement, things of that nature that would go into higher education labs because they deal with a lot of chemistry, a lot of hazards that go into those labs and making a safe environment for the students. Under food trucks, they're requiring permits to have inspections done, requiring hood systems for those trucks, fire protection, fuel systems such as propane and gas, natural gas tanks and stuff like that. They're more regulatory now. As the 2015 version was not, they added some provisions in there for the food trucks. Also, plant processing, they're requiring permits for that, and then basically plant processing would be the extracting of the fatty oils and the fats from different plants. I guess it would mainly deal with the oils and the scented stuff that they would use, like potpourris, and in that process. So.
Potpourri, what are you saying? Potpourri, what would be the issue there?
The oils for potpourris, they're extracting from the flowers, the plants themselves, the oils, the fatty stuff to make the, I guess, the incense that they would use. That's what that process would be. To extract the oils, it would be more of a cooking process where they would boil everything down, extract the oils, and they're going to do more of a regulatory thing too. And it would also involve, I guess, since the marijuana business has really been really big, that part with the THC extraction and that process as well is going to regulate that as far as plant extractions. There's some new thresholds related to fire areas that have been introduced to the sprinkler protection for Group E. Group E being your education facilities. Not only that the fire area was over 12,000 square feet and the floors under the lowest level of exit discharge being required for sprinkler protection, but now they've added that the occupant load exceeds 300 persons and any floor other than the floor on the level of exit discharge will require sprinklers. So if they have an education facility that is over 300, it will require a sprinkler system.
Would that be something that applies to this city?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And a lot of times that's going to deal with your newer construction or renovations. Yes. And then your manual fire alarms and Group A occupancies become needed not only when the occupant load is 300 or more, but when the occupant load exceeds 100 above or below the lowest level of exit discharge. Now, there was an exception there. It would not be required if it was fully sprinklered with the occupant notification devices that are activated during the sprinkler activation. So if the sprinkler's activated, if there was notification appliances in the building and they activated, then the actual fire alarm system for that building would not be required.
So if someone today has not been required to have a sprinkler system, does this now mean that a business would have to invest in a sprinkler system?
No, ma'am. This would be for
Which are not existing.
for assemblies, yes. Not necessarily business, different category, different occupancy.
Well, I'm confused because it says Group A occupancies became needed not only when the occupied load is 300 or more, but also where the occupant loads exceeds 100 above or below the lowest level of exit discharge. What's the level of exit discharge?
Main Street, you have a level above Main Street and a level below Main Street. That's what they're talking about. When they say above or below the level of exit discharge, your exit discharge is going to be your Main Street or level with the grade. If I was at a sub-level, as I was down in the basement, I would have to come up one floor to reach my exit point, if that makes sense. That's my exit discharge. It would actually go out into the public way, leading to a sidewalk or to another area of refuge. So that would be above or below that area.
Okay. Continue.
All right, the next part here, manual fire alarm systems and automatic smoke detectors. The systems became no longer needed in Group R4 occupancies. Group R4 occupancies are basically your group homes, alcohol and drug centers, assisted living facilities, congregate care, group homes, halfway houses. This was something that they took out of the 2018. It was in the 2015, but took out in the 2018 IFC, but we decided we wanted to keep that to be able to protect the occupants for those particular groups.
That is a specific city thing, not required in 2021.
Yes, that is a specific city
So
thing.
we're going to ask it to be more stringent than the actual 2021.
Yes, ma'am. Just to protect those occupants in the Group R4 category, because there are, again, halfway houses, residential care, those folks that
I would think those
would need-
folks would also be important to whoever created the 2021 code.
You would think so,
Yeah,
yes,
we don't-
ma'am. And I
but
really
we-
don't know the thought process behind them taking it out, but again, this was something that was well thought out, and we decided that we wanted to keep that in here for those occupants to be protected.
More protective than the 2021 code requires.
Yes, ma'am. That's what the thought process is, to be able to protect our folks. Okay. Under Chapter 12, on energy systems, for the installation, operation, and maintenance of energy systems used for generating and storing energy, that chapter was added to 2018. And under that section, it was basically talking about batteries, generators, and those rooms that store those photovoltaic power sources or solar power systems, and battery storage. They added that in there because of all the systems that are coming up for solar panels and the newer systems coming up for battery storage and your generators for backup power. That was added to help protect, again, those areas.
And this is in the 2021, or is this our own deal?
No, this is out of the 2018. It was a chapter that was added in 2018, and it does continue in the 2021. They actually increased it in 2021, which I'll go over as well. Also, the guidelines for gas detection systems were revised to more adequately reflect industrial practices. The gas detection systems are the ones that are actually installed in buildings. We're not talking about handheld detectors. Those are a different subject, but the guidelines for gas detection systems would mainly be those for maintaining and testing systems for buildings that have, again, laboratories and stuff that deal with gases, things that would be hazardous in those conditions, and they have those gas detection systems installed in the buildings to alert the occupants, and it's an early detection system for them. So there was a guideline that was actually added in there for those systems to adequately maintain, test, and protect the occupants.
And that's the 2021. It's not something we've come up with to add to it.
No, ma'am, that was out of the 2018. That was something that was added in 2018.
My question is, if you go back to the group home things where we're going to ask it to be more stringent than the 2021, are we expecting these group homes, these halfway houses, those other group 4, I guess, occupancies, are they expected to immediately upgrade?
Ma'am, most of these group homes have already done so under the 2015 code. We currently may have only had one group home that's come to us that does not meet that standard already. But yes, they will have to meet that code.
But they've done it already.
Yes, ma'am.
So it would be fine really to just leave it as a 2021 without us adding?
I think we would be doing an injustice if we did so, because again, we want to try to protect those and taking them out now. If we do get new group homes or congregate care facilities, that would not apply to them. And again, we would not be able to protect those occupants as well as we do now. These are early detection systems that are built in to protect the occupants, because a lot of times they get confused. They're not able to get out on their own as quickly as they should. These are care facilities that require a little more special attention, and I think it would be remiss if we took this out and neglected those.
I don't question that comment. I just question why we would be more stringent than the 2021 code. It's just interesting because you would think the state would have their international fire code would be as stringent as possible, and I'm just surprised that we would want to be more stringent. Not that that isn't a need, it's just, it's not in the 2021, which I find interesting. Just comment.
Ma'am, I did too, but again, I felt it was necessary that we keep this for the residents and to be able to protect them, especially since they're in need of assistance as it is, and we want to be able to better protect them, so that's why we left it in here. Now we're switching gears to the 2021. Under the 2021, they added a requirement for additive manufacturing, or what they call 3D printing. Equipment and operations for both non-industrial and industrial applications are now provided for that process. 3D printing has come a long way. Again, the non-industrial type 3D printing is the stuff that you normally see in everybody's homes if they're doing 3D printing. It would be something that would be self-contained. They don't use inert gases to be able to use those, and they do not create a hazardous atmosphere. Now, on the other side of that, the industrial ones, they do. So that's why they came out with this code with the 3D printing, because it is going to require an operational permit. It's only allowed in manufactured facilities. They use inert gases to be able to clean and maintain those systems, and they have to be UL 2011 listed and approved. Again, with this 3D printing, they actually have to have collection equipment and to be able to get rid of the dust and the explosive atmospheres out of those systems, and that's why they built this provision into the 2021, because it currently under the 2018, they did not have anything like that. The flame propagation performance and permanently installed and artificial combustible vegetation is required to be verified when exceeding certain heights located on roofs or in close proximity to buildings. This came out due to the fact that they were having fires in these large hotels where they had large vegetation of the plastic type, and they had them on rooftops in close proximity to the entrances of buildings. These plastic vegetation causes a lot of smoke, and it does create a lot of issues for firefighters with ingress and egress of occupants. So they came out with a requirement to be able to reduce the number of artificial plants and vegetation.
Are we expected the artificial plants to be flame retardant?
No, ma'am.
So what
They
is it
only
saying?
came out with this to be able to reduce the amount of vegetation on rooftops and in front of the buildings, not necessarily to make them flame retardant. They're keeping the artificial decoration located more than 30 feet from any entrance to the buildings. They're keeping it at a 6-foot height for, like, say, your palm trees that some folks would like to have because they're artificial. But again, they don't want to have all that right up against your front entrance of your building to where if it caught fire, people cannot get out or they can't see their way out. Or on rooftops where, again, they have issues with that. Okay. But again, that part is for 6 feet tall, permanently installed, and within 5 feet of the building or on rooftops.
So if it's in a pot, then it's not included in this.
It's not permanently installed, yes, ma'am. It's not included. It has to be permanently installed on the rooftop or in front of the building.
So one of those palm trees could be in a pot and be okay.
It could be, yes, ma'am. Because it did not cover the movable stuff, like pots and stuff that could be moved very easily. Yes, ma'am. I don't see a 6-foot palm tree in a pot, but if it did, it'd be a big one. Yeah. Okay. The next one would be provisions for emergency responders communications were revised to reflect the expansion of such systems beyond radios and the need for increased performance in such systems. They came out with this because some of the buildings that we go into, we lose signal strength with the radios. So they're incorporating the systems into the buildings to increase or boost the radio frequencies in certain areas. Those certain areas being stairwells, communication centers, passive egress, those areas that were needed and critical to firefighting capabilities.
So does that mean it's got to be taller than a one-story building, or what are we
No,
talking
ma'am,
about?
it does not stipulate that. It just basically says that if it's greater than 95% signal in all areas and 99% greater in critical areas, then we're good. If it falls under that, then we may have to increase with a booster panel to be able to increase the signal for the firefighting capabilities.
And this would be for all buildings.
All buildings that would fall under that, yes,
One of the
ma'am.
biggest issues with that is the following, is that many of these old historic buildings have very thick walls. And so even when you're trying to get internet connection, the internet connection is not a good internet connection because of the thickness of the walls.
Yes, ma'am. We haven't had a big deal of issues with radio connectivity here, and those buildings that we've had issues with already have these systems installed, so I don't think we're going to have issues. To be honest with you, it was just something that was added to the code, and it was a significant change, so I wanted to make sure it got in here.
So any of these things we could exclude if we wanted to and still be following, because as we have done before, we've picked and choosed or added what we wanted or didn't want.
You could, but again, these are things that if we started taking those out, could reduce some of our firefighter capabilities and the safety of our occupants. The Next one would be sprinkler requirements for storage, manufacture and sale of upholstered furniture and mattresses. They've updated and clarified those buildings. Part of the update is the new exception for single-story self-storage facilities with access directly from the exterior. Basically, what that applies to is F1 areas exceeding 12,000 square feet, 3 or more stories or high above grade plane, and combined areas of all floors exceeding 24,000 square feet, and Group M fire areas exceeding 12,000 square feet or is located more than 3 stories above grade level. And that would be considered those buildings that require sprinkler systems. Again,
So you're referring to furniture stores?
furniture stores, storing and manufacturing, furniture, upholstered furniture, mattresses. Yes, ma'am. It would be for manufacturing, storage, and sale. For F1, if they're used for manufacturing, anything greater than 25,000 square feet would be required, 2,500 square feet would be required to have a sprinkler system installed. M would be for the display and sale of mattresses and upholstered furniture. Anything greater than 5,000 square feet would be considered for sprinkler systems. And then your storage areas would be anything greater than 2,500 square feet as well. The next one is an automatic sprinkler system is now required for open parking garages exceeding certain fire area thresholds. That fire threshold is over 48,000 square feet for open parking garages.
So only if it's over 48,000?
Yes, ma'am, over 48,000 square feet for open parking.
So if you have an area, garage that houses boats and RVs, they're not required to have this sprinkler system if they're less than 48,000 square feet?
Yes, ma'am.
And even if they're open with no walls?
If they're open, if they exceed the 48,000 square feet, then yes, they would be required a sprinkler system. If it is closed, that reduces to 12,000. If it's closed in, if it's not open, it reduces to 12,000 where they're going to be required to have a sprinkler system.
That seems contradictory a little bit, doesn't it?
Not necessarily, because in your enclosed parking structures, they seem a little more fire safe, but again, we can't get into those structures with fire trucks. So a sprinkler system would make a little sense in those structures due to the fact that we can't get in there. The sprinkler systems will actually go off early and put out the fire quicker if they're installed in those buildings where we can't get into a building with a fire truck and fire hose is quick enough.
One of the trends right now in storage facilities is open facilities, open parking garages for boats, big RVs, et cetera. So
as long as they can keep it under 48,000 square feet, I don't think there would be a problem with open garages. It's enclosed garages that they're going to be a little more stringent on because they restrict it at 12,000 square feet on the closed parking garages. And it also has a stipulation in here that that if you have a parking garage that's under another occupancy, it's going to be required to be sprinklered. Other than the only exception is under an R3 occupancy. Your R3s are going to be more of your group type homes. It's not going to be a huge garage. It'll be under that 12,000 square foot. But
the group homes were covered in one of those other.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. But that was the only exception for that. And we're back to talking about the energy storage systems. We talked about the batteries earlier. Under the 2021 code, it goes into further refined to reflect a variety of new technologies and applications in buildings and standalones and the need for proper commissioning and decommissioning of these systems. With the new battery systems, they burn hotter than your normal battery. The lithium-ion batteries burn really super hot, and if you have bulk storage of those batteries, those rooms could overpower a sprinkler system in no time. So with that being said, they've come up with the construction permits and operational permits for those type occupancies, they're not going to be treated as incidental areas anymore. They're actually going to come up with 2-hour fire separation from the rest of the occupancy. They also must have an automatic fire suppression system built into them, either a sprinkler system or another type of extinguishing system built into
We
it.
have a battery storage facility in San Angelo.
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you exactly if we have battery stores, yes, but if they store them as this code reads, I'm sure there are. Again, this is dealing with your photovoltaic systems, solar powers, those type of buildings that store and mass quantity batteries, those types of buildings. So yes.
I have a question, ma'am.
Yes, Larry, please.
This last one, does that affect residential standard single-family dwellings? You're saying solar.
Under that code, no. It's going to be more for your commercial businesses.
Does it specify residential versus commercial?
Under that, no. But the IFC mainly deals with commercial businesses and not a lot of residential. They've added a new chapter that provided clarification and specification requirements for storage and the storage of distilled spirits and wines in barrels and casks. That was something that came out for the manufacturing and storage of your wines and spirits to require sprinkler systems for those buildings. They're no longer considered hazardous occupancies. They're considered more of a higher hazard, but not hazardous materials type occupancies anymore. So they've come up with a new chapter, Chapter 40 of the IFC, which covers those for sprinkler systems. F1 for spirits greater than 16% alcohol, S1 for spirits over 16% alcohol for those requirements.
What about beer?
Beer would fall under F2 and would not be required to have sprinkler systems. Because again, it's under that 16% distillation. So spirits and wines under that 16% threshold would not fall under this. The next one would be provisions for construction safety reorganization and expanded with emphasis on owner's responsibilities. New language requires site safety plan and designation of site safety director. Basically, this provision goes over construction sites and designation of a safety officer, someone that would be out there on the construction site to go over a site safety plan, to do a site safety inspection of the site, document it, make sure that there's no hazards present. It's supposed to be inspected daily, documented,
Is this for
and
a
maintained.
residential and for commercial development? Because I can't imagine
Commercial.
okay, so again, it's not defined, which would be nice if it was, because I can't imagine any of our home builders having a site safety plan as
They
this
should be doing a site
designates and
safety plan
designation of
anyway
site
on
safety
all their
director.
sites. Anytime you're building construction, there's always hazards on the site, and they should be doing site safety plans anyway with their employees. They shouldn't be letting them walk around without hard hats and safety glasses and stuff like that, because again, those are all violations of, code, and we don't want that to happen to them. We don't want accidents to happen, so they should be doing those site safety inspections anyway. But yes, you're absolutely correct. It's not going to be required for residential. This is dealing with commercial properties. Again, it's going to be completed, documented, and maintained by the safety director, their safety person that's going to be on site. If they have 3 or more violations, a stop work can be placed by the fire code official until they can satisfactorily assurance future compliance has been presented and approved by the fire official. So if for some reason I go to a site, or one of the fire marshals go to a site and they're not doing what they're supposed to, they can get in trouble for that, and then get a stop order until they can come into compliance. Now, this next section is dealing with the ordinances. Again, this was dealing with our group R4 homes. This is something that was from the 2015 that we wanted to keep and make sure that we are able to protect our occupants for these group R4 homes. And again, the manual fire alarm systems would activate with the occupant notification system in accordance with these sections and be installed in these group R4 occupancies. And I know we went over this, this section a little bit, but a manual fire alarm system is not required in buildings not more than 2 stories in height, where all individual sleeping units and contiguous attic and crawl spaces to those units are separated from each other, and public and common areas not less than 1 hour fire-rated partitions, and each individual sleeping unit has an exit directly to a public way, egress court, or courtyard. These are all exceptions to that for your group R4 homes. More exceptions: manual fire alarm boxes are not required throughout the building where all the following conditions are met. The buildings are equipped throughout with an automatic sprinkler system installable with those sections. The notification appliances will activate upon the sprinkler water flow, and not fewer than 1 manual fire alarm box is installed at an approved location. Those all 3 have to happen in order for that not to be required. Your manual fire alarm boxes in residence or patient sleeping areas should not be required at exits where located at all nurses' control stations or constantly attended staff locations, provided such stations are visible and continuously accessible, and the distance of travel required in Section 907 are not exceeded. And again, this is all dealing with our group R4 homes. And your automatic smoke detection systems also activate during the occupant notification. Occupant notification systems. I get tongue-tied.
Hard to say in there.
Yes, ma'am. It shall be installed in the corridors, waiting areas, open to those corridors, and habitable spaces other than sleeping units and kitchens. Again, we're trying to make the spaces safe for the occupants. Smoke detectors, these are exceptions. The smoke detection in habitable spaces are not required when the facility is equipped throughout with an automatic sprinkler system. With the sprinkler system, a lot of times you can reduce those requirements. An automatic smoke detection system is not required in buildings that do not have interior corridors serving sleeping areas and where each sleeping unit has a means of egress, a door opening directly to an exit or to an exterior exit access that leads directly to an exit. So if they have an outdoor door that goes out to the outdoors from their living space, then they can exit through that and it not be required.
Is it door or window or door?
Door. It would be required for door. Window is considered an emergency
How many people have
egress.
doors into their bedrooms?
Everybody has doors into the bedrooms, but 2 doors would be a different story. 1 door would lead into the public space, like your living area. If you had another door that would lead directly outside, that would be.
What about hotels that you enter from a parking lot into your room? They only have 1 door in.
Yes, ma'am, and they would not fall under this.
A lot of hotels have that. I mean,
Yes,
are we
ma'am.
going to say that hotels can no longer be built here if they only have 1 door into the room?
This will not apply to them.
Okay, so where's the exception that says that?
This, again, is falling under the group R4 homes only. This does not apply to hotels, motels. This is R4 only. Yes, ma'am. Last
So
but not.
let me just, I'm thinking through this. So if I was to convert a hotel into a group home, for example, if some hotels decide not to continue, and let's say they want to be a group home, so, or some other facility, they would have to have that second exit out of the room.
Your windows would be your secondary exit,
Windows can be included.
not under this provision to keep out the sprinkler system or the smoke alarms. Your windows are considered emergency exit only. They're not considered your primary means of egress. Your doors are. So you cannot consider the windows as another primary means of egress. They're emergency egress only. There is a difference, and it's hard to explain, but you can walk in and out of a door fairly easy, but it's a little more challenging to get in and out of a window. So that's why it's an emergency exit only. In case you have to have that exit out, you can use your window. But again, it's emergency exit, not your primary means. And that's the stipulation that they're talking about here, is having two primary means of exit out of that room. Yes, ma'am. And I don't see anyone making a hotel into a group home, but it's a theory, I guess you could talk about. But the last thing I have here is the Appendix L. Under the Appendix L, it would be the requirement for firefighter air replenishment systems, and it shall have the following language added. The provision of Appendix L shall only be required for the following. New construction buildings which meet or exceed 75 feet in height from the lowest level of fire department vehicle access to the floor plate of the top floor of the building or structure. Existing buildings, if renovations are made, and if the renovations constitute 50% or more of the total square footage of the building. New and existing buildings that have two or more subfloors, or new and existing buildings that have a total square footage of over 500,000 square feet. So this would only be for those provisions under Appendix L. They would have to be over 75 feet in height. They would have to be existing buildings that are being renovated over 50%, new and existing buildings that have two or more subfloors, and new and existing buildings that have a total square footage of 500,000 square feet or more. And the air replenishment systems are designed for firefighters, so when they go into a building of those sizes or high rises, that way we don't have to carry extra air bottles with us up and down flights of stairs. We can actually go into the stairwell or vestibule and actually refill our bottles right on the floor. And I have a picture for reference right here.
So if you're redoing an old historic building that is 12 stories high, is that?
I'm sure that would have to go through an approval process to be able to get that done. Again, only if it met those requirements. And again, only since it's a historical building, it would have to go through a process to get that approved.
That would be concerning because we have several historic buildings downtown that need to be redone. They're expensive as it is to do it. And so the question mark would be, this would have to be in the stairwell of these buildings.
Yes, ma'am. Under those provisions, it would be.
And we don't make exceptions for historic buildings.
Again, it was something that would have to be approved. Again, it's this historical building. I don't necessarily think that it would be something we could talk about, but.
Charlie, you want to add something to that?
I would like to indicate that we do have the International Existing Building Code that does look at historical buildings. So there are stipulations in that code that it says if you're not increasing the hazard, that there are some requirements that you don't have to meet under the International Building Code and the International Fire Code.
What we needed to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie.
For me, does council have any further questions or comments on Harry? You look like you do.
I would only say that I'd like to take a vote on this one first before Charlie starts on hers, because there's going to be a lot of questions on her presentation.
Do we have further, yes, Karen?
Just a quick one. It seems clear from the conversation that there are often conflicts in language that have to be resolved every time there's an update, a newly adopted update. What's your process for resolving those efficiently?
Again, a lot of times we go through the process of building a council, going through the code and finding out what parts of the code we're keeping and what parts we're not. And then we take it to our legal representatives to make sure that they review the language to make sure we're not overstepping our bounds. So all these provisions have gone to legal for review. And I'm pretty sure that we may have not had any big issues with the language per se. And a lot of the stuff that is in the ordinances really hasn't changed from 2015, other than a few things that we've added from the 2021 code, the 2018 and 2021 code.
I'm going to ask, is there members in the audience who would like to come forward and make any comment on any of these issues? If so, please come forward.
Mayor. Good morning, council. Excuse me. Patrick
Good
Brody,
morning.
Fire Chief. That's a lot of information to digest, and I apologize for the length of that. I'm hoping to maybe provide some clarification as far as what ISO, why is this important to ISO, and also why are we looking at going from 2015 to 2021? So let me just start off by saying that so there's a huge impact whether we adopt or we do not adopt the new IFC, okay? So first of all, let's give the why. Why are we even considering this? It's been traditional that City of San Angelo has looked at code adoption every 6 years. Why is that? Well, found out that it's traditional across the state of Texas that a lot of cities look at code review every 6 years. So dug a little deeper. Why? Because there's not that many changes from 2015 to 2018, and you can see there are hundreds of hours of time and commitment to put into to update these codes, not to mention a couple hours at City Council to present all the changes. So to go through this process every 3 years would be incredibly time consuming, okay? And, but we review them every 6 years because as some of the things that Billy covered, so like the filament extract, 3D printing 5 years ago, 6 years ago, wasn't really a thing. Battery storage years ago really wasn't a thing. But as we're progressing to energy conservation and solar power, a lot of these new safety features have come into play, but they're not in the 2015 fire codes. So we need to stay current, update these fire codes. Why? It is our job as public servants at the fire department and fire prevention office to provide life safety and property conservation. And the best way that we can do that is through updated building and fire codes. Now, another aspect of adopting the fire code may not be as obvious, and that is the ISO, the impact to our ISO. We are currently in the process of being audited to being inspected by ISO. So ISO rates a city based on their ability to respond to and to mitigate emergencies and fires. So the last report that we've got, the last inspection that we received was in 2016, and we received an ISO rating of a 1, and that score was a 90.49. Anything above a 90 is a classification of a 1, which affords every property owner, commercial and residential property owner, the highest possible discounts in their insurance. So ISO requires fire codes to be no older than 5 years old. And Madam Mayor, you had made a comment about, well, why don't we move to 2018? Because it's older than 5 years old as of this year. It's 5 years old as of right now. So 2021 would bring us back into that 5-year threshold with ISO. And, well, how many points does ISO award a city? if it's current. It's not so much how much they award if it's current, it's how much they deduct if it's not current. And it is 0.71 points if your fire code is not current. And we received a 90.49 last time. There is not much wiggle room for us to potentially regress to a 2. Not much wiggle room at all. So what's the implications and impact of regressing to an ISO 2 for our city? Every property owner, commercial, has a potential of a 2% increase in property casualty insurance, and every residential property owner a 1% increase in their property. Millions of dollars for our citizens. Now, I'm not going to say ISO is the only thing that insurance companies use to calculate risk and evaluate premiums, but it's a large portion. They use a PPC rating, 1 through 10. A lot of insurance companies will not even insure you if your PPC is greater than an 8. San Angelo is a 1, and we've worked very, very hard to achieve that 1 for our citizens to receive the maximum discount they can. And our city has been bombarded with Winter Storm Uri, 2-inch hail. If we can do our part to save our citizens just a little bit financially on the insurance side, then I'm all in on that. Y'all have any questions for me on that?
Well, because of those two issues, the hailstorm and the winter storm, there's no guarantee the insurance premiums won't go up anyway.
That's valid. But if we regress to a 2, they'll go up even more. So there's a lot, and I don't pretend to be an expert on premium calculations, but our ISO consultant forecast a 2% for commercial property increase and a 1% increase for residential if everything else remained constant, except for the ISO.
I just don't want citizens to say, hey, wait a minute, you said they weren't going to go up, and I just got my premium, and they did go up, so what the heck?
Right, there is a lot that goes into.
So we want to make sure that that isn't the only issue, this iOS rating that keeps that insurance policy consistent and low.
Yes, ma'am, you're correct. Any questions?
I'd like to make something abundantly clear in my mind. It seems as though there's been virtually little, if any, of this impact on residential housing standards, single-family dwellings, et cetera. Is that correct?
That's correct. The IFC is predominantly commercial property. There is that one section in there, R4, and I believe Mr. Clemens covered that. But as far as your single-family, multifamily, 1 to 2 family dwellings, predominantly that is going to be under building code, not under the International Fire Code. And of course, all the different I codes would apply to that as well. And Charlie can get into that in the next presentation.
I also have a question about R4. Does that include retirement homes?
Let me call the expert up here. Billy and Ryan Matthews.
Hello again. This is Ryan Matthews. Ryan was actually one of our committee members. I'll let him speak on behalf of what they are for retirement.
To answer your question, yes. R4 covers several different things, and the retirement centers is one of them, and that was our primary focus when we looked to keep the smoke detectors and manual pull stations in the facilities.
Well, in our discussion about having exits, I'm just thinking of Rio Concho Manor, which is a multi-story building and doesn't have but one exit from each room, I assume.
Correct, sir, but they do have a sprinkler system.
No, I don't. Further public comment?
Rocky Templin, single member District 6. The IFC is one of 8 codes that I did not read because they're all about this thick. Some of them are a little thinner. And I wasn't on that committee, which I was on many of the other committees. And so I did just want to make sure that there was no automatic sprinklers required in that book on single-family one and two dwellings, because on Senate Bill 1410, it states that notwithstanding any other law except for provision Section C, municipality, county, or emergency services provided district cannot enact an ordinance, bylaw, order, building code, or rule requiring installation of a multipurpose residential fire protection sprinkler system or any other fire protection sprinkler system in a new or existing one and two family dwellings.
So repeat that again, clarify the language for us. Rocky, come back out there. You're not through. Speak slower and explain that to us a little bit better. So you're quoting Senate Bill 1410, Section C. You're talking about some other code, some things or another, so
Yeah, it's
explain
Section
that to us.
200.011, and it just stated Texas Senate passed a deal saying that no municipality, I think they have to exceed 1 million, if the residents don't exceed 1 million, that they cannot pass a code, which this one has one in it too, that you cannot require sprinkler in one and two family dwellings. And there's one also in the IRC, which they want to pass, Section 3, which we can get into it later. But Section 313, where it says that they're
later.
required.
Okay, we'll have questions then too, so. All right, so the items that we're just looking at now, do any of them violate that for the single-family dwelling, single-family or two-family dwellings for change that he just brought up, that Rocky just brought
No,
up?
ma'am, they do not. They do not.
So absolutely nothing that has been presented as of right now, that laundry list of things?
Not for
has
R1 and
nothing-
R2 residential facilities, no.
So what we're talking about right now, that laundry list of things is for primarily commercial and group homes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, that provision would not include one and two family dwellings.
Okay. Any other public comment? Please come forward.
Quiet on the commercial side of things. I really was. I was going to just do it. I can't.
Just speak into the microphone so we can
I
hear
will.
you.
I was thank you. The ISO is what I'm here about. I got this out of the Fire Chiefs magazine. I think it was 2011. I think it's a pretty reputable magazine for fire chiefs. There are many states where ISO is still a predominant factor in setting insurance rates. But even in states where ISO is no longer used, many fire departments have continued to gauge their success by their ISO ratings. They often boast about that an improvement in the ISO PPC rating will translate into a certain percentage rate saving for the homeowner, and I guess commercial. Say, strictly, I believe, homeowner. Perhaps they're just having a yardstick by which to measure their success. Some may see it as bragging rights, but apparently some may not know where the value, may not know that this change has taken place. ISO is not spending time and money to let people know where the value or their services have been diminished. Who would? While it's possible that some insurance companies might still use ISOs in any state, it is not likely that even a majority of homeowners will see a reduction in premiums in a state listed above. And one of the states was Texas, listed above. So, you know, it used to be a good thing, ISO, but it's kind of gotten archaic, if that's the proper term. And that's great. I'm not here to say we're not going to deny trying to save people's lives, but there's other ways insurance companies are doing business. One of them is credit scores. This is out of the Washington Post, and I don't read the Washington Post that much. And it goes on to say, insurance companies use a credit-based insurance score developed from your credit reports from Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. And they go by the credit score, which is known in the industry as FICO scores. I'm not going to read the whole thing. You get my drift. Probably know it. I've never seen insurance company rates go down, and inflation and construction cost and all that stuff plays so much into it. How much did the sewer line go up from Nasworthy? Well, we see it in the construction business all the time. And got a deal from my homeowner carrier informing me construction costs continue to rise and the possibility that homeowners may not have adequate insurance to rebuild their home. We use the Marshall and Swift appraisal calculating thing. Can't ever get them off the, don't appraise my lot. My lot's not going to burn down, right? But you're paying homeowners insurance on that lot. Oh, that's an old one, by the way, Larry. You might have heard that one before. That's as old. State Farm is completely out of the ISO rating business. They did it in, where does it say that? Early 2000s. Let's see, and what's the guy say here from State Farm? This isn't about ISO doing a bad job, but it's not always about fire. 70% of what we pay in claims comes from loss other than fire, theft, water damage, hail, windstorms, and liability. 70%, State Farm. They have 20% of the market. Other companies have come into it over the years. Y'all can research it yourself at your leisure. All right, PPC. State of Texas, they're 18 in the Class 1 cities, 187 in Class 2 cities, 239 in Class 3, 304 in Class 4, 422 in Class 5. That's the highest number, middle between 1 and 10. Well, let's see, hold on down here. Number 9 is 478. That's usually your smaller towns and stuff like that.
Which class are we in?
Well, we're Class 1, correct? And, you know, I'm not up here to try to say we're not trying to save lives. Our fire department does a great job. Mr. Clemens there's being very noble about his opinions on things. And he comes from a background that is highly trained. And he's got a great resume behind him. The problem about that, it's always from federal money. And we can build great things if we had an unlimited amount of money. But out here in the real world, we got to look at cost. Unless y'all want to give me some money. If council would be willing to give me some money, I'll go build a bunch of houses, like fire, commercial stuff with all the sprinkler systems in the world. You're beeping at me. You gonna let me continue? You want me to stop? Is that enough?
Is there any
Do y'all have any questions? I've been on this for quite a while, and I'm not trying to put anything down that they're saying. But we built new fire stations in recent years. We've improved our fire department and all this stuff. You had an advocate for the homeless come up a little while ago for a group home, trying to put the homeless somewhere, and then we're going to put all these sprinklers. We're going to regulate everything to save people's lives. And what's going to happen is they're going to be sleeping outside. There's too much rate. We can't build it efficiently, cost-wise. It doesn't happen. I'm going in the sprinkler system business. And I'm not
that is, no one can get parts right now, so we can't open up businesses because it can't get sprinkler heads in order to put on the, so we can open up the business, which is the other problem.
And over the years, I've wondered, and I've listened, and I've thought, and I said, with all this automation going on, is that going to mean we're going to eventually have a reduction in the need for firefighters and firehouses? Is that where the payback's coming back to the citizens, the taxpayers that fund this stuff? It's like the automatic cashiers machines at grocery stores. It's supposed to take less employees. With all the sprinkler systems and technology, it's wonderful. It's costly. It's great. But the space shuttle had a redundancy built into it of 8. Every now and then it crashes. But with all this new stuff, is down the line, will there be a need or a lack of need for firefighters, firehouses.
Thank you very much. Further public comment? Seeing none. Any further questions from City Council?
No problem. And thank you for your question about, are we going to eventually no longer need to have a need for firefighters? A reduction in need for firefighters. Every residence in the city of San Angelo, regardless of when it was built, and any future expansion of any residence, any business, any outdoor fire, any outdoor anything, that would be my concept of that. There's always going to be fires. What is the purpose of automatic sprinklers? To save lives, protect property. And I won't get into all the data that is associated with how many lives automatic sprinklers save a year, but I will respond to the ISO question, how much does that cost the city? ISO does not charge a city to come in and rate them, okay? ISO is paid by insurance companies. Why would an insurance company pay for a organization to go rate fire departments if they did not use the results? And ISO rating is nothing more than a risk assessment for fire and the ability for a city to respond to that fire and control that fire. It's also the ability, infrastructure of the water system and the dispatch system within that organization, within that city. So ISO does not charge the city a dime to come do a survey. Any more questions?
But it's funded by insurance companies.
Insurance companies pay ISO to conduct those studies. I wouldn't have an answer to that. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Here's what I do know, is that we as a city need to have growth. We need development because we cannot afford most of the services that we have without growth in sales tax dollars and in property tax dollars. So the more difficult we make it, the more expensive we make it to develop in San Angelo, if all other cities don't have the same requirements and the same stipulations and the same rules and regulations, then we become non-competitive. So I don't want to be a bureaucracy-heavy city that deters people from looking at us as an opportunity for development. And the more expensive it becomes, the more regulations, the more ordinances, the more stipulations, the more, I could go on, the less likely people are going to look at us as a city, and we cannot afford to have people look at us and go, nope, not there. We do, as a city council, want to make sure that we do the best that we can to protect the health and safety of our citizens. That is certainly a top priority. But we also want to provide a lot of other services to our citizens, and that means making development affordable and less costly as much as possible. And what I don't want to see, I don't know how many pages of things there were that we looked at and read today, and I don't have a dollar amount assigned to each one of those line items. The question mark is how much do all those line items add to the cost of construction for commercial development?
We're currently meeting most of those codes with the 2015. There's been a few codes added to that, and of course, Mr. Clemens or Intertel, Ryan Matthews can expand on that further. We currently require sprinklers in most of our commercial buildings. So as far as adding additional costs, it's just not there. One thing that I haven't discussed about ISO, and I'm sure somebody's going to argue with me about this, but is economic development. But let's look at the facts in San Angelo. In the last 5 years, would you say that San Angelo has had major positive economic development?
We have. This is the reason we have to be cautious about what we
Absolutely.
approve going forward so that we don't stop that growth.
Absolutely. And I'm not going to stand up here and try to pretend that It is all because of ISO. But it is a fact that developers from outside, investors from the outside, look at your ISO rating, not because they're looking at fire protection, but they're looking at your ISO rating because they see a community that invests in their fire department, they invest in their water distribution system, and they invest in their dispatch centers. So if they're investing that kind of time, energy, and effort and money into those core services, what other areas of that city are they gonna get those same investments? It helps with bonds. I can't give you statistics on bonds, but the number I was given on economic development is a 3.5% increase from a 2 to a 1. A 3.5% increase in economic development with changing nothing but just an ISO 1 to a 2 or a 2 to a 1.
Explain that.
So what I mean by that is investors, when they're looking at the city of San Angelo for their investment, okay? If everything remains constant with the exception of an ISO 1 or an ISO 2, they're going to be more likely to invest in a city with an ISO 1 because the city has made major contributions to their infrastructure, whether it be water, whether it be fire, or whether it be dispatch center, okay? And then the question remains, well, if they make those contributions to those three services, what other contributions are they making to the rest of the city? So, and the data on that is the last 5 years of growth that we've seen in San Angelo. 5 years ago, we went from a 3 to a 1. 5 years ago, we went from an ISO 3 to an ISO 1. And we've had huge growth in the last 5 years. And I'm not trying to say that ISO is the only reason, but it absolutely has played into it. Any more questions for me?
Outside of the ISO, I'm trying to figure out whether this appreciably improves our fire safety. Can you comment on that?
As far as adopting the new
Yes.
IFC? Well, one area it absolutely will is this firefighter air supply system. You need two things to fight a fire on upper floors. You need water and you need air. We figured out how to get water into upper floors years ago, and that's a standpipe system, basically a pipe running up the wall that every single floor you can access a water supply. The other thing we have not figured out until recent years is how to get air to the upper floors. So basically, it's a standpipe system, but for air. But every floor, or every couple floors, there is a standpipe that a firefighter can plug into. Fire department already has the technology to access that, to access those terminals. All of our air packs are already equipped with them. So with this new code coming out, this was included in, Billy, was this in the 2018? So this was included in the 2018 code. We decided to include it in the 21 adoption for firefighter safety. Now, as far as building safety, Billy, we definitely didn't want to go backwards with the R4. So the 2015 code required sprinkler systems in the R4 occupancy. We didn't want to go backwards and provide less protection and not include that in the 21 code. So that's one of the reasons why the committee agreed to include that R4 exemption in our new 21 code. Any other major changes that are going to be financial impact?
So the current high-rise buildings that we have now that are above two levels, do they have that?
The firefighter air supply? No, ma'am. This is only for buildings over 75 feet tall, new construction, or greater than 500,000 square feet.
All of the
Huge
above or
buildings.
only one of those items? Because don't we have some buildings that are taller than 75 feet?
Yes, ma'am. So it would be
That's
over
my
75
question.
feet and new construction, or
Old construction's not included in this.
no, ma'am. We did not even propose going retroactive with this. Now,
Even if there's renovation done.
Now, if there is renovation, more than 50% of that entire structure, then especially if it's in downtown historic district, that's whenever the building code and Charlie and our departments need to work together and work with the contractors on those buildings. Because we do realize we have a fantastic historic district downtown.
Karen, I think you had a comment.
I'm not sure, so I'll just go ahead and say it if it's irrelevant, excuse me. But I'm listening to the things that you're asking for, and I'm wondering how and if that impacts your ability to attract, retain good personnel.
As far as having an updated fire code, that doesn't really come into my retention and recruitment. I don't know that I've ever been asked during an interview what fire code that you are operating out of. Now, but on the other side of it, whenever we are on the prevention department and trying to hire for prevention personnel, fire marshal or other inspectors, investigators, that question does come up. And the reason why is say that they are familiar with the 2021 code, but we're working out of the 2015. They have a learning curve, or vice versa. If they know the 2015 code and we're operating out of 2021, they still have another learning curve there. So there could be a small impact on recruitment, but I don't see a sizable one.
You know, speaking of questions that are asked, I meet with a lot of developers on an ongoing basis, a lot. I've never had a single one of them ask me what the iOS code, what our iOS rating is before they make a decision to come to town.
I think as far as major commercial development, whenever Kohl's came to town, any conversations with that, or? Okay. I can just go by the data that I'm given, and this is our consultant giving me this data.
They look at market conditions and market opportunity. They don't look at iOS ratings. They say, can we be successful in that city based off of the demographics of that city? And that's what determines, and most of it is house counts, roof counts. Most all large retailers and or development relative to that, it's rooftops. They count the number of rooftops in a city, in an area, and determine whether the rooftops can support the business model. That's their number one objective.
Any further questions for us?
How involved were the building and construction people in your committee?
So on our committee?
We had Ms. Carrie Mayer.
So we had Kai Franke, who works for KFW Architecture, Ryan Matthews, who works for Intertel, Brooks Weiner, is that Automatic Fire? Architecture, Russell Pell, Engineering, Shane Labarge, he is Automatic Fire, Paul Parker, is that Automatic Fire as well?
I think my question is, because you read those names off, and I appreciate them because they've been good. They've done a great job of investing in our city, but they seem all to be attached to the fire sprinkler system business. We don't really, or the architectural business, we really don't have commercial development people involved in that committee. Doesn't sound like it to me. I could be wrong when you list those names, but that's not what I heard.
No, we do not have any general contractors from the commercial side included in this, in the committee. But do we have any commercial contractors that have a problem with the documents submitted so far?
I don't know. But I mean, I would think if we're going to do this, we would get commercial development people involved in it to get their opinion. They might not have changed anything. They might not have had objectives to anything. But I do think it's an important part of the committee involvement.
Yeah.
Both this item and the building codes all went to the Development Task Force and the Board of Building Standards, so there were multiple opportunities for those groups, particularly the Development Task Force, to be involved in addition to the committee that we had for both. So I think there was ample opportunity on both sets of codes.
We want to hear.
Hey, John, I'm sorry, let me ask this question. John, what concerns were expressed during those meetings that pertain to what's been presented at this point?
As far as the fire code,
is this like new to you, what you're hearing right now? Is this something that was expressed and talked about?
I don't recall any opposition to the fire code itself.
Okay. You have to come to the microphone to speak.
I'm not under any opposition to the code itself. What my discussion was about ISO. That's what my discussion was. These folks, these fellas, these men and women involved, they do a noble job. And that wasn't, jumping from the 15 to the 21 is a jump in any code book. But when we start talking, and I either have by knowledge or experience or whatever, think or know or have objectivity to it, and I don't say anything about it, then shame on me. But when they start talking about market economics, why San Angelo has been doing so well because of an ISO rating, I have a hard time with that one. What drives economies in the last few years from a market standpoint is 2.5% interest rates. That's what drives it. Now there's 7. Our listings in MLS have doubled for the stuff to sell in the last less than a year. Consequently, economics is driven by a number of things. The main thing was the low interest rates, and now we're dealing with inflation. Been there, done that. From the early 80s, when interest rates got up to 18%, from an inflationary period of the 70s. That's what drives economic development the most, interest rates. Plus, the last couple of years, the government took, $7 trillion and gave it to everybody and told them to go home? Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment on this conversation at this point?
I would still like to hear something from the construction and builders, because they're working on a relatively thin margin already, and this could affect them very bad.
Do we have someone who would like to come forward and speak towards Larry's comments, please?
Hi, folks. I'm Tony Jones, builder and developer. I'm not a commercial builder, but I do know some about it. In looking at the codes, the fire code, we really had no exceptions. The residential community, construction community had no problems with the fire code coming forward, as long as they brought the caveats forward that we had adopted in 15. And so I think those have all been agreed upon. So we have no issue with this new fire code. Commercial builders, commercial construction companies work on a cost-plus basis. And so if something costs more, they just attach their additional 10, 12, 15, 20% onto it, and the cost gets passed along to commercial building. There's much more money, if you will, in commercial building than there is in residential. And so commercial builders in general, I think, do not have to look at cost as closely as we do. And so just a couple of points of clarification there.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, so Harry, I think you were going to make a motion or something?
There's actually
Wait a minute.
Second part to this item. We were going to do the building codes before any motions were made, if that's okay.
No, I think we wanted to pass one and then move on. Is that right?
What's your preference?
I'd rather make the motion on this first part to adopt the fire code as presented, and then go back to the second one.
My only concern about that is there is interplay between the two codes. So if you adopt this one and for some reason don't adopt building codes, that could cause some concerns regarding enforcement, but we'll deal with that when that comes up.
Well, then let's not do it. Let's just move forward. All right, let's go on to point 2. Amending Chapter 4, Building and Construction of the San Angelo Code of Ordinances by deleting and replacing Article 4.04, Technical and Construction Codes and Standards by adopting the International Code 2021 and the National Electrical Code 2020 with amendments. Charlie Kemp, you're on.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. I'm Charlie Kemp, building official. Some of these slides, I will say that Billy's kind of covered in regards to the international building codes, the I codes, the national electric code. We do look at these every 6 years to see if this is something that we want to do, is move forward on adopting those. These are the current codes that we were under today with the amendments. One thing I will state that's not in the slide is that there are currently 46 amendments made to the current codes. We are asking to move 43 of those existing amendments. That's why you received a 30-page document. 43 of those are existing, and we're looking at continuing to have those adopted. And then we have 6 that are revised. It's the wording, just some changing of the wording, and then 4 new amendments that we're asking to be looked at today. We did meet with committee, staff, builders, construction board in regards to these amendments. These are the codes that we're looking at wanting to adopt today.
Are you going through each one of those?
I'm sorry?
We need to go through each one of those?
Yes, I can go back.
Yeah. If there's 43 that you're asking us to adopt, we need to understand 43 of them. Is that what you're saying?
Oh,
Or am I misunderstanding?
no, I apologize. What we're going to do is we're going to touch on the ones that are not in place today.
Okay.
So
And how
starting,
many of those are there?
we have 6.
Okay.
Okay.
So the others are things that you're asking us to pass, but we already do?
Yes, they've been in the ordinance. Some of those have been in the ordinance since we started adopting the international codes, and that was back in 2000. And they've just continued to stay. For example, like one of them is indicating like a nail size. So it still says the same thing in the current code that it did back in 2000, and we're just asking to recognize to use a certain type of nail instead of it says a 12D, we're asking to use an 8D. Those are some of the common amendments that we are just moving forward that we have for the last 21 years.
So that would be a change from 8D.
It would be a change from the code, but it's a current amendment to the adopted codes today.
Okay.
So the first one that we're looking at that's a little bit different is we did exclude patio covers in the International Building Code when we adopted the 2015. I'm asking that we do put that back in. We're seeing more outside venues with covered patios and things like that, and it just kind of helps provide a guideline.
So what would that be? That appendix, describe that.
The
What it's
patio
gonna
covers,
require.
for example, if you have a bar and you want an outside patio for that bar, and then it gives a little bit more leniency on how close you can go to property lines without having to fire rate and things like that. It gets more specific in that.
And you'll go over all those.
I apologize, I did not bring the whole appendix I.
Well, we're going to want to understand what the requirements are and the changes if you're bringing these to us for review.
Okay. The full, okay,
Anything that you're asking
Generally
us to
state
approve.
what the change would be,
correct.
generally, if you know.
What it does is it allows to give you more leniency as far as like, say, your type of construction. It indicates now, like, if you do a covered patio and you have a type 2, which is non-combustible material, that you have to maintain that type of construction on those patio covers. With this appendix in place, it gives you more leniency to do like a flame retardant type cloth material, and then you can also attach that patio cover to your building or structure.
This one offers more leniency than what?
Is it currently in place because we actually excluded it from the last adoption. The second portion is your change of occupancy. What we're asking is if a structure is vacant for more than 24 months, that they come in and get a certificate of occupancy. One thing that we are seeing more and more is that companies are coming in, they want their own certificate of occupancy. To do that, we do have to go out and do an inspection, and we're just asking that to be put in place if the structure has been vacant for longer than 24 months.
That's not as a rental, but as a purchase? Or both?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I think that revolves around whether it's been vacant for more than 24 months, regardless of whether it's a purchase or a new tenant.
Yes, ma'am. We're looking at removing the tables for the energy code under the IRC and replacing them with, and you'll see in a moment, the new tables. All the other changes
I'm
under.
confused about that, because in the documents that we received, it says, this is on page 11 of 29, it says table N1102.1.2 and table N1102.1.3, which shall be changed to read as follows. And then at the end, on page 28 of 29, it says delete tables R402.1.12 and R402.1.3 and add table 401.2.14. So we added it on page 11 and then we deleted on page 28.
We're deleting it out of the energy code. We're adopting 1 through 6, and we're making sure that it's indicated that we are not adopting out of the energy code. It is stated as table N1102.1.2, and then in parentheses, it has R402.1.2, I believe. And what we're saying is we're deleting those tables, and we're actually replacing them under the International Residential Code with the new tables.
And do they, when you ask to delete it and add it without the R402 point whatever, the equivalent U factors listed on these tables on page 11 are the same U factors and the same insulation and fenestration requirements as listed here on page 28? Are they one and the same, or are there different numbers?
No, they're one and the same.
So there'll be nothing different on page 11 on these tables
Correct.
than what you're asking to add on page 28?
Correct. The tables
No
will.
R factor changes, no anything. Everything's the same.
That we're asking.
One to be deleted, one to be added, and the deletion and the addition equal the very same? Or why are we deleting and adding?
Let me jump in. The reason the ordinance is written the way it is instructions to our code provider. So what you're adopting are the changes that Charlie's talking about. This is what's going to go to the code writer, so when they're publishing our code, they know what section to delete and where to put the new section, which is why we delete that entire section 4.04 and then add it back with highlighted and underlined changes. So you can see them in context, but most of that delete and add is instruction to the code writer. And it does make it a little confusing. I've told my staff like 1,500 times.
If I'm reading this, and I spend a lot of hours reading these documents, right? And I'm
Yes.
going through it, and it says, what it says, which shall be changed to read as follows. My assumption is if I am to read it as follows, and it designates the equivalent U factors, insulation, fenestration requirements, I can't say that word, fenestration, whatever that means, then I'm assuming that that's what I'm looking at.
Right.
But then I go down 27 pages later and you tell me to get rid of it.
Well, and it's being moved, so we're deleting it from this section and moving it to this section.
But are there what's the
Charlie just
benefit
said
of moving
no.
it if there aren't any changes to it? And that is my question. Are there changes to it? Because why move it if there's no changes?
Yes, ma'am, and I apologize, I misunderstood your question. Yes, there are significant changes.
That's my point.
Yes, and this table here will help show those significant changes. As you see, what I've indicated is in the 2009, what it reads. In the 2015, each line item, what it reads. We made amendments to the 2015 that really reflect the 2009 I codes in regards to this table, okay? So in 2021, you can see that there is quite a massive jump from where we are today to get to 2021. We understand that. That's not, the cost would be ridiculous. So what we were asking is to take it in baby steps initially, and asking on the the ceiling R value to look at it to be a 38. And the other numbers that are in place are pretty much in line with what's under the 2015 or what we amended under the 2015. So if I understood a lot of what the Home Builders Association, their concern was the R value for that ceiling, because they are asking to stay with the 30 instead of going to 38.
And so you're recommending what, the 38? What are we recommending here? What are we talking about?
Just to get a little bit closer, to take a baby step closer to the codes that we've adopted. Other cities that are similar, like Abilene, they've adopted the 2021 with that amendment to the 38 as well. Now, I will say that on their wall framing insulation, they did go with a 15 across the board. They didn't make that stipulation or the 13+1, but that's what we have in place today, and that's what we're asking to continue to keep in place today.
The 38 or the 30?
I'm sorry, I jumped to the R value for the walls.
Okay, so the ceiling R value, we are recommending 30 today?
We are asking for a 38.
And what's the difference in terms of expense and the benefit to the homeowner?
What I've understood, and I'll go to my next slide. There you go. So when we met with the Home Builders Association and the Construction Board, it was indicated that this would cost about $1,000 increase. That'd be approximately about $5 more per month on your mortgage, adding about $60 a year. According to the the Department of Energy, they've indicated that it would save $174 per year.
Just on that one thing.
Just on that one line
But you've got
item.
all those other things that you're going to ask for additional expenses too, so nothing else on that chart's going to cost a single penny more.
Correct.
Is that
We're
correct?
leaving the rest as is.
Basically, Charlie, on that chart, you're recommending they go from the 2009 to the 2015 standard, not to the 2021 standard in relation to this insulation question.
That's correct.
I just want to read this. I think it's relevant. It says, "The increased table values in the 2012 IECC and the 2015 IECC did not show justification for the cost increases from the 2009 IECC. Studies indicate nationally almost a $6,000 increase to the cost of constructing a single-family detached dwelling with a 13-year simple payback, with statistics showing that for every $1,000 increase to the cost of construction, nearly 206,000 potential home buyers will not qualify for a mortgage. This increase disqualifies approximately 1.3 million families from purchasing a home every year. That equates to approximately $24 billion in potential taxes revenues never being generated for municipalities." Just a little fact there.
Charlie, to make sure council's aware on this one, this particular item is the one the Home Builders Association is requesting that it stay at the 2009.
That is
standard.
correct.
Staff has recommended going to the 2015. One note of that, I think, if you'll clarify, is that the state of Texas has adopted the 2015. So like if you're building out in the county now, you're required to go with the 2015 standard. Not inside the city, we're at 2009, but if you're building in Tom Green County, that's the current standard.
That's correct.
You have to come to the mic.
He needs to go to the mic.
You have to come to the mic. Nobody can hear you over there.
So you said the 2015 does state R38, but it also has a provision in there where R30 is allowed.
It has a provision for R30 to be allowed? And what does that mean?
What would be the trade-off to get that R30?
On your outside plate, to get R30 there, which you can on gable roofs, a little difficult on hip roofs, but you're not going to get it with R38 either.
That is one thing that under your energy code, you can get trade-offs. Like if you do, certain things, and a lot of times with that, one thing I would like to point out is that if we did move forward and do the R38, the res check, and that's the forms that they use to do the process, they would use the 2015. They would not meet the 2021.
If we stay at the 30.
If we stay at the 30, they'd have to use the 2009 to get it to meet.
They could do that outside plate story. No, is that not true?
It is kind of confusing because it does talk about trade-offs, but a lot of times to be able to get those trade-offs, I find you would have to use the res check to play with it to figure out how to get those. Under the plumbing code, we didn't see really any significant changes that we haven't already put in place, except for we are deleting sleeving out of the ordinance because it is in the code now.
Sleeving inside an existing cast iron pipe? Is that what you're saying?
When you're sleeving some of your, your water line and your sewer line, when it's in the same ditch, we put that in as an ordinance. Now it is required by code. Not necessarily sleeving an existing line, it's new construction. On the National Electrical Code, some of the changes that we made there, the code requires you to put it in a steel jacket, and there was we had made an amendment, made it a little bit more strict. We've removed that amendment saying that you can use like aluminum for your conduit.
So it's about what you can use as conduit, and that's the change?
Yes, ma'am. And that's actually word for word out of the code. So we were just kind of letting electricians know that they no longer have to do that requirement. In regards to like the GFI and the arc fault, we're still asking for the same thing, except for, well, it goes in a little further. On your arc fault, we're asking that you keep it for the bedrooms and the closets in the bedrooms only, not throughout the house.
See, because I'm not in this business, I need better explanations.
Okay.
What are you telling me I have to do?
Arc faults are required throughout the house. This was something that was brought up, I want to say, maybe 9-10 years ago, and it was indicated that some of the appliances were actually causing issues with the arc faults, like vacuums and things like that. Yeah.
Jump.
Yes. So what we've indicated, back then, we said, can we go ahead and come to an agreement with the Home Builders Association? That was, again, 10 years ago, saying to allow it or to require it, keep it in bedrooms because that's where you're sleeping. So if you had an issue with that and caused a fire, it would just give you more time to get out. Where the rest of the house, you're typically awake, you're moving around, and so we amend that just to keep the arc faults in the bedrooms. And this little thing is not working well today.
It's just tired.
On the energy code, I would like to point out that I did have an error on 2 typos in regards to the duct testing. I put in 1103.3.3. It needs to read 1103.3.5. On duct testing and also like your energy code testing, we do a visual here in San Angelo. This helps cut down the cost, not having to get a third party or do like a shut-in test and things like that. And so that is the wrong number on that, so I apologize. Also, we
We're
did.
making note of that to get it correct when we.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I have it in there. Also, we deleted out the section in regards to, hold on just a minute, like light sensoring in residential, indicating that you don't have to have that. And so that is going to be under section, it reads as R404.2, that's in your energy code. It actually needs to read in 1104.2, and I'll make sure I note that, but we're deleting out that section for residents, indicating that you don't have to have light sensoring or dimmer switches.
We even required it is ridiculous, but let me just go ahead and move on.
And the code does, so we do eliminate. On the energy code, other than that, we do also look at light sensoring in commercial facilities, and we've indicated just in these spaces here, and there's a long laundry list on where they would like light sensoring, and we've omitted those. And again, that was done in the last 2 code cycles.
Okay. So occupant sensor controls shall not be installed to control lights in the following space types: enclosed offices, open plan or office areas, and other spaces. Standards. Why? What? I mean, shall not be installed. What if they want to install them?
In classrooms.
Enclosed offices.
We're saying that, yes, they're asking them to be placed in these 4, or these 3 line items. We're asking them to exclude these 3 line items. So you do not have to put light sensoring in enclosed offices, open plan floor, office areas, or other spaces 300 square feet or less. And that's really all we had.
You want to cover basically what, I think what your committee went over as far as those items, and which ones the committee as a whole was okay with, and ones that will be something that the council may have to make a decision on today.
I think, well, to my understanding, is that when we did take this and it was looked at, the major concern was the R value for the ceiling insulation. One comment that was made is that even with some of the changes and everything, and that we are adopting new codes, like your electrical systems and the electrical wiring for, and specifically for new construction on houses, that's not changing. The same practices are following through each code cycle.
So we'll open this up for public comment, but what I understood was that what the Development Task Force meeting group thought they had approved and would be moving forward did not move forward in the same language as what they thought was approved in that Development Task Force meeting. So I'm going to open up the floor for comments on that.
Yes, and can I add just one more thing
Yes.
to that? It did go to the construction board, and there was a 4-to-1 vote to leave it as the R30.
We chose to change it.
It has been a recommendation to make small baby steps in regards to that.
I'm Kristen Oliver, and I'm here with the Home Builders Association, and I was actually supposed to be here today in support of this proposal, but when we asked late last week, can you please send us a copy of this? And sure enough, we looked at it and had been changed from what was approved. What Charlie was saying was actually voted on by the construction board 4-to-1. So had we not asked for a copy of this, we probably would have been up here in agreement to go forward with it, with what we actually had not approved. So that's kind of our heartburn with all of this, is that we've spent hundreds of hours, these books, and I'm telling you, the code books are this thick. And I applaud the builders who have the fortitude to be able to go through this and do this. We've worked great with the city to do this, and then at the last minute, it's like, here again, they turned the tables on us. So we did exactly what they asked us to do. We met with tradesmen, we worked through these codes. The construction board was supposed to be the final vote on that. It passed the way we thought it was going to, and now it's changed. So that is our concern, that we can go through this process, do exactly what we were asked to do, and it doesn't really matter because they didn't get what they wanted, so they're going to change it anyway.
I asked for clarification on that. I don't know the answer to this, but I'm assuming the staff recommendation was a certain thing at the meeting, and this.
No.
No.
What we voted on, what was presented to the construction board, was what we thought was going to be presented today was not, in fact, presented. It was
I
changed.
guess we'll just need clarification on that.
I mean, I'm just saying what we approved, that was taken forward, that was presented to the construction board, and what they voted on was not what was presented today.
I'm just, okay, well, we'll need clarification on what was
What you are
changed.
saying is that those changes that went to the construction board was approved by you all, and it went forward, and it was approved 4-1. So it was approved in the Development Task Force meeting. It went to the next group of people. They passed it as you all had agreed to during the Development Task Force meeting, and yet when the paperwork was produced, it wasn't one and the same.
Correct.
I'd just like to create some clarification on that. What was indicated is that we asked for the R38, staff did. We met on it a couple of times, a couple hours before the construction meeting. They asked to present R30. We still had asked for R38. And then, like I said, we even asked legal if the construction board had, did they need to vote on it? And it was brought to us that the construction board wanted to vote on it. So
And they voted on the 30, not the 38.
yes, ma'am, the R30.
So the 30 is what was approved by the construction board, and it's what the Development Task Force meeting also approved was the 30, not the 38. Is that correct?
Yes, there was talks about the R38 way before that, the last construction board meeting. To be honest, I thought we were on board in regards to that until the construction board meeting.
Construction board approved the 30, not the 38.
That's correct.
But we are presented with the 38 today.
So you're presented with the options. One, we need to clarify that the construction board made a recommendation to stay with the 30. That has been said to council, that's clear. Staff's recommendation has always been to go with the 38, and that has not changed. That's still their recommendation. The home builder's recommendation is still to stay with the 30, as is the construction board's recommendation.
I just want to understand
Correct.
the process, because we have a development task force that meets with city staff to work through these issues so that we can have a united front and not go into hours of debate. And yet here we are today with a development task force who agreed and supported the 30, as I understood, and it's just been repeated. And it was taken to the Construction Board of Appeals and presented and approved 4-1 as the 30, not the 38.
I just wanted to make a couple of clarifications. One, the Development Task Force is a meeting of the development community to provide input. They don't take votes. There is discussions. They tell us, they give us excellent feedback throughout the process, particularly early in the process, but they don't take a vote on a formal recommendation. The other thing I would add that maybe we all know, but these codes, as Gary mentioned, are this thick, and there are literally hundreds of items we've gone through. And so we're coming to you today with literally one item, ceiling insulation, that we're not all 100% in agreement on. So I don't want that to get lost, that all of these meetings have been very helpful for all of us to come together on a recommendation, but we're bringing to you one item where staff disagrees with the development community and asking you for your input on that. But I don't want anyone to think that this process failed in any way, because it got us to this point where we're 99% in agreement.
If we could go back to Charlie's slide that demonstrated the cost to the development community, contrasted with the benefit to homeowners over the long haul. Can we talk a little bit more about that?
Brian, can you take it back to that slide?
There it was.
It shot past.
There, right.
So you show us a dollar amount for savings to the average home, the average homeowner. What about over time? Can you progress that figure? How does it impact them over time?
$174 a year.
Right, so the cost to the developers, and sorry, I'm not against development. I'm in favor of development. I want the city to grow in a beautiful and sustainable way, absolutely, no question about that. But the initial cost is shown here, correct?
Correct.
But the savings would accrue over time, would it not? And so it would actually be a much larger number that benefits the homeowner.
Yes, it could be.
Thank you for clarifying.
So the issue is, I think, in the big picture, and this is the reason the Home Builders Association and other development community that we have here in San Angelo, is that they're dealing with a huge amount of inflation as it is, not only in terms of cost of commodities, but also in terms of interest rates. So when you say $1,000 to the average size of home, based off of what, and what's your base price, and what's the incremental value of that home today in 2023 versus what it was in 2021 or 2020, 2022. This is just a very small snapshot of what the average home buyer is looking at in terms of continually increasing this value of the home versus, just as I quoted the comments on, how many people are kept out of the home buying business because every $1,000 changes who can afford a home, not only because of the price of the home, but because of the income and because of inflation and or the overall cost of that home compared to 2 years prior to that. So the $1,000 is just a snapshot, certainly one we want to talk about and be aware of, but you know, what we want to do is to make sure that we keep our business of increasing property tax dollars continuing to grow, more people buying homes or more development or multifamily, et cetera. So I get nervous about every dollar we add to the price of a home because there's all other factors that are already increasing the price of the average home. And thank goodness there are people who bought homes in 21 and 20 because they got a great value relative to today, and that's a fact. So with that, where are we in terms of public comment? I think I see people coming forward. Come on up and sit down on the front row and add.
Good afternoon. Rocky Templin, single member District 6. I think some of the problems are with the way that the amendment is written on mine, page 27. They're adopting the International Energy Code 2021, commercial provisions 1 through 6. They're not adopting the residential portions of the IECC 2021. And so some of these charts come from the IECC, not the IRC or the IBC. And the point that was just made, the NHHB did a study resort to this specific point. It's estimated that the cost of consumer installing the ceiling insulation is $1,366 from an R30 to an R38, and the corresponding simple payback in Zone 3 is 122 years.
Is that past a lifetime?
Yes, it exceeds our lifetime. The comment you had made earlier on page 11, the table's in 1102.12, which it says shall be changed to read as follows. So we're changing those tables. And then my understanding is on page 28, then we're going and deleting those tables. And so, and some of those tables are from the IECC, and then some of them are for Chapter 11 of the IBC, which Charlie is adopting Chapter 11, which is the energy part of the IBC.
I have to tell you, as council members, I think we're a little confused about the IECC, the IRCC, and the IBCC.
There's an IPC, an IMC, and an IFC, and an
We're
IRC.
confused. Mm-hmm. We're not experts.
And there's some that they're not going to adopt. And going back to the IRC and the comment that I made earlier that I wanted to reiterate on the automatic fire sprinkler system. In the code book that they're adopting, section R313, automatic fire sprinkler system, townhouse automatic fire sprinkler systems is required. 1 and 2 family dwellings automatic sprinkler systems are required. So those are in the code book that you're fixing to adopt, and nowhere has that been amended to state that they're not going to adopt that
You're
section of the
saying
code.
If we approve this, we're requiring sprinklers in every home,
Yes, ma'am.
all duplexes and townhouses.
Correct.
Charlie, do you have a comment on that?
Yes, I had brought this up to the Home Builders Association when we first were looking at this. There is a state bill in place that says that if you did not adopt it in the 2009, when that was an original requirement, that you are not required to exclude it or adopt it today.
We are not required to adopt it today, but we need that specifically in the language, I think, to make sure that somebody doesn't pull it on us just like they did with on the sidewalk thing. So I want to make sure it's clear in the language that single-family home, duplex, or townhouse sprinkler systems are not required.
We can't omit that. And again, to my understanding, when I first brought this up, that it was brought to my attention that there was a Senate bill in place, and that's why it wasn't on there.
I want it on there.
There's probably another 100 items in this book. Just to give you an example of one is in that same chapter, in 1103.1, I will be required to install a programmable thermostat that is scheduled daily, and that the thermostat shall be programmed initially by the manufacturer, and the heating temperature set point cannot be greater than 70, and the cooling temperature set point cannot be less than 78 degrees.
Is that in this that is being asked that we approve?
Yes, ma'am.
I need that deleted.
There's a few more in plumbing and a few more in mechanical. I do want to commend everybody that did meet, and we came a long way, I think, in a short time, and we're really close. I think we thought we were closer when it went to the construction board, and we thought we were approving the R30. And a lot of these other little things, we figured we could work out with the code official and just get her interpretation of them and be able to omit them. And that could still happen. So I think in general, we're in favor of it, other than the R38 and maybe some of the terminology in the amendment itself.
So if we said, for example, if we said that the motion was to maintain the 30 rating, to eliminate the requirement of sprinkler systems in townhouses, single-family homes, or duplexes, and if we also include in the motion that thermostats would not be preset and controlled at 70, whatever those numbers were you said. I can't remember that. You want to repeat that again so we get the language correct?
You want me to repeat what?
You know, the part about the thermostats being preset that
Yes.
wouldn't allow you to be higher than or lower than?
Yes, that is section 1103 of the 2021 IRC. Not less than one thermostat shall be provided for each heating and cooling system. Programmable thermostat must be daily scheduled, and it has to be preset by the manufacturer.
How's the manufacturer going to come to my house and check it out?
I don't even know how the building department would enforce it. Normally, we don't have electricity when we have a thermostat on. So they don't know what it says or not. They just know it's a thermostat. So
Generally, that means that there's certain specifications. They can only sell thermostats that are set from the factory at those limits, but I don't think that intends that the homeowner can't adjust that up and down if they want to.
That's specific, so no one's confused about that. No one is written up for that. Bringing up those two things makes one very nervous to take a vote on all of this.
There's a lot of minutia, obviously, that you're talking about there that quite frankly can be worked out. I do understand. I mean, we can go into really very specific detail on all those things, but you're right. I mean, there's certain things that just, quite frankly, you're talking about the 30 versus the 38. we can work within that. I'm sure that's not an issue whatsoever. But the other stuff, I mean, we do have our inspectors or our staff that's willing to work with you on those items as well. We could go into every single detail on that and correct every little thing, but I'm sure that's not what you want. You just want to make sure that you address that one major item.
Yes. Any questions for me?
Larry does.
You seem to indicate that there was some more problems with it, as you saw. And of course, I'm concerned about the increase that just keeps going up on costs. Is there some way you can stipulate what those differences are between you and the development board? I'd like to see what they are, because it all adds up.
Yes, it does. There's some with each code, with the mechanical. We have to go from an R6 to an R8. There's a couple of the thermostat. We're going to have to put locking devices on our condensers outside, so people can't come and suck the Freon out of our air conditioners. It's another added expense. And then there's some in each one on the plumbing code. There's items in there on each item. The electrical code, the same way. And so, yes, when you add them all up, we're looking, roughly between $5,000 and $6,000 that we'll be adding when this code goes into effect.
So that's why we get into the details. Because if we approve it lock, stock, and barrel, as they say, then we're approving that those additional $5,000 to $6,000 worth of expenses are okay. Is that right?
Yes. It's up to the interpretation of the code official. Like I said, I think some of those can be waived, and I think if there's something that comes up, I guess you can take it to the construction board and get their interpretation of the code.
And that takes money and it delays. And so that's why you try to get it correct in your first go around.
Correct. And between the 8 books, there's no way the city can enforce every code in there anyway. And so that would just be if you hired somebody that came from Houston or Dallas or San Antonio, that they may be used to doing that, enforcing the book and nothing but the book. So then they would be bringing up all these red tags saying, well, no, you didn't do this or you didn't do that. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Please come forward.
Tony Jones, builder and developer, and I come back up here with some trepidation because I have plats on a number of these people's desks. I'm trying to get signed, so I'll try to measure what I say carefully, if you will. Charlie had a perfect solution to the R30, R38 conundrum we're wrestling with today that she brought to us on or about December the 1st before our last meeting with the construction board. And Charlie's thought or offer, if you will, I characterize it however you will, was an option on the insulation. And the option was this. If a builder wanted to do an R38, he could then do an R13 wall. Okay? If he wanted a more aggressive wall, he could do an R15 wall with an R30 attic. Okay? So builders at that point and customers had an option to look at in the manner in which they wanted to insulate their homes. That offer was alive as we approached the meeting in front of the construction board. For whatever reason, that offer went away. I don't know whether Charlie got different direction, doesn't matter, but that offer went away. And so now here we are, for whatever reason, continuing to wrestle with this issue when we had a perfect solution before the construction board ever took a vote. And they were willing to vote on these options, this scenario. But Charlie and Austin talked themselves out of it and wanted to recommend the R38 only. And so we had a solution, but then we didn't. And so however that got submarined, it got submarined, and so here we are. That's all.
Gary Cortez. I was, I guess, wrong in doing it, was hanging my hat that everything was going to go smooth through the 4-1 vote we got from the construction board on the use R30 in the attics. There we are. My opposition to R38 is there's a curve on insulation. And you hit a certain point in your insulation curve by just throwing more insulation on top of existing insulation, you don't get the return you need. Insulation, attic insulation, fiberglass insulation is only stopping conduction. It's not stopping the other two things, and the main thing, it's not stopping the other two things, which is convection, which is very little, but the main thing it doesn't stop is radiation. Radiation comes from the sun, gets here, and however fast it gets here, seconds, light speed, goes through everything. And there's only one thing that stops it. So, you know, that's facts, that's physics. I do have a PowerPoint presentation in my pocket. I didn't think I was going to need it. I run res check, and I'll stand up here and not even ask my contemporaries whether they run res check on their homes. I don't care. I run res check. And it will pass, it does pass at R30, 2015 code, because there's trade-offs. I ran the 2021 code, it was passing, but the 2021 code is going to want slab edge insulation. So it won't let you default around it on the 2021 code. Oh boy, is that going to be fun. But we're classified in a zone 3 area. And there's all kinds of stuff that came in on the packet, and I won't bore you with it, but the North Central Texas Council of Governments adopted the 2018 Energy Code with amendments in it, and it said R30 for the attic. And it basically went back down to the 2009 code. I brought it with me. Did not bring it with me. It's over back there somewhere. Like I said, I didn't think I was going to need to do all this. The problem, I guess I need to stay on point about attic insulation. It doesn't do, it just slows down conduction. That's it. And it's a conduction coming from the roof is a very little component of the overall what heats a house. Radiation is number one, by a large margin. We don't go to NASA. I love using NASA, Space Shuttle. They wouldn't be able to go to outer space if they didn't have this. Aluminum foil. Aluminum foil stops 97% of the radiation. It's put on the back of a piece of OSB decking. Put it down, you have to face it down into your attic. You don't put it up towards your shingles. You've stopped 97% of the radiation. I've been using it for 20 years. You get up there and you test it, you shoot the top of your insulation, it's shooting ambient temperature. You're not going to get unless you go to the foam seal, and I'm not even sure about that, you're not going to get an attic to be below the temperature of what it is outside, ambient.
Because the most you can do is bring it within 4 degrees, right?
Well, there's
Something
probably
like that.
variables to that number. I use an infrared thermometer when I started using this stuff because I didn't believe it either. And you shoot the top of your insulation, your attic insulation, and it's shooting real close to ambient, and maybe within 4 degrees. I tested a lot of houses, and I was satisfied with it, so I just kept on using it. Very inexpensive way to do it. It's not in the codes. It's not because it's better than. Codes are minimum. Code books are minimum. So they don't put in there and say, we shall use this. Insulation, attic insulation companies have a lot of clout. They say, hey, let's put some more attic insulation in the code books. That fixes everything. It doesn't fix anything. Slows down conduction. That's it. That's all it's ever done. Your ductwork is wrapped in foil. And they're... Well, like I said, I have a PowerPoint presentation. My res check will work on R30, and that's a performance standard, and that leads to this next question. Like I said, I thought we was going to, the 4-1 from the Construction Board appeals What else do we need to do? We followed every rule. We're not violating any rules. San Angelo, Tom Green County is in the attainment classification of the energy code. We can be less than the 2015 code.
So would you?
Does anyone know that?
No, we don't know that we.
You know that, don't you? Am I right?
Would you recommend that we go with what Tony Jones said, where you have variation on the 30 versus the wall versus the ceiling?
I think it's complicated. R30 straight across and let the people decide what they want to do when they're building the house, including the builders. I'm a spec builder. I don't do pre-sales or customs or whatever. I build my houses the way I want to build them, and I wrap them in full. Sides, tops, everything. I'm thinking about trying to foam some rafters in the ceiling with the open cell just to maybe improve the efficiency of the house, but you can only, an open cell, I mean, this is another story, probably shouldn't bring it up here, but you're only getting a 27 out of an open cell. So, I use ResCheck. Commercial people use ComCheck. It's a computer program by the DOE that allows you to put inputs to your houses, to each section, and calculates it how much you're beating the code, the established code. And I beat it with the 2015. It's tougher from the 2009. I was getting about 4% better than the 2009 code versus the 2015. Came back and it was tight. But the 2015 code was a mean one. It was all over the country. It got political. The energy code is a political thing. It's not run by the I codes. It's political. It's overseen by the comptroller's office and SECO. And like I said, I contacted a guy at SECO this morning because I just heard about it, and about the North Central Texas Council of Governments, which is in the same class zone we are of 3, about the amendments they did in 2018. And he texted me back quickly. That's pretty nice. North Central Texas Council of Governments is their own governmental body. There isn't anyone that would stop the amendments from the passing. So yes, the 2018 IECC amendments passed. They basically went back down to the 2009. And there's a whole bunch of stuff out there that I didn't bring. I didn't think I was going to need it. That's talking about how much longer it takes to do these payoffs of these increases. And I didn't take it to memory. I guess I should have. But there's stuff in there on some of these codes. It's a 25-year payback. It takes 25 years to start getting your money back. So they eliminate it. Insulation was one of them. I didn't bring it, I can't verify it, but I do have a PowerPoint presentation. I'm too late and to present it, I hear, but that's for next. But one thing on the code, Charlie, my friend, I got confused when you said that I could use ResCheck on the 2015. Did we eliminate R405.2 on the performance-based compliance? It's not eliminated. That it is. This is the 2021. I just condensed it down.
But that's under the energy code?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
So
ma'am.
you have to go back to the residential code and make sure that wording's...
Has this been eliminated? Because that eliminates ResCheck.
Well, ResCheck's allowed under your International Residential Code, Chapter 11.
No, so you got to explain it to us. I'm sorry.
The ResCheck, that computer system is allowed to be used under the International Residential Code, Chapter 11.
So what does that mean to us?
And that code here says, we're not using this one?
That's correct.
Okay, but this code here says if we use ResCheck basically, and I'm living here, we can use the 2009 energy code. Performance.
Says we can.
Yes.
What are we arguing about?
Well, I want whatever we adopt for res check.
Gary, could you speak in the mic? People at home
I
really want to
I
hear what
would
you're
like the res check portion of it to be like the 2009. The 2009 was a big deal also. They increased the requirements on 2009 code book because here we are, technology and everything passes. But what they have found out over time, the cost-benefit ratios are not working. So they will allow you to go back to the 2009 res check, we're kicking that one out, to do res check.
On the
Great
res,
benefit,
okay,
great
but-
benefit.
okay, but when you say res check, what are you telling us res check means?
Res check's a computer program by the Department of Energy. The commercial contractors use a software called ComCheck.
And that res check means what, though?
Oh, Mayor,
I mean, you
put me
have
on the
an
spot.
instrument, I know I did, but if you're going to use it, I need explanation, so.
It's a computer program. You put your wall values in of our whatever it is, and you put your windows in, you put your doors in.
Gary, could you talk in the mic?
All this formality. Can't you hear my big mouth?
Okay,
You
so
put,
there's
you
a
put all
computer
inputs,
program.
front of the house, side of the house, which way does the house face? Back of the house. The particular program I use doesn't take any, I'd have to go advance up to take shading in, like where your front covered patio covers your back sliding glass door. I don't do that. I just run it straight. And it gives you a percent. Either red lines you that says, no, you're under the code, or it gives you a green light that says you're better than the code. This much percentage. It gives it
So
percentages.
are you saying that, to simplify, because that is a little more complicated and would have to be, everyone would have to have that computer program to do that?
We have other options
Okay.
available.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
But the other options are based on what's been agreed upon. The code book specifically says if you use a computer-aided energy program, you can use the 2009 energy code.
So
Isn't that something?
isn't that something, so if you're saying to me, then you can live with the 30?
Oh, I can live with the 30 because there's no benefits, because I use this.
Okay. All right, let's get you out of the picture and let's broaden the picture and
Well,
say.
I'm sorry. I hate being the self-interested person.
So in the big picture,
Yes, ma'am.
the homeowners thought in the Development Task Force meeting that all were in agreement with the 30, and that moved forward to the Construction Board of Appeals, and they approved the 30. So we're saying, as a home builders association, as a Construction Board of Approvals, everyone nodded their head yes to 30. And so.
4-1 vote.
4-1 vote. So we're saying that there's more consensus from a development perspective for the 30 than there is for the 38.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't have a question. I understand.
Other public comment? Okay, it does not seem like there's any further comment or words of wisdom. So what we're going to have to do is come to, make sure if we make a motion, don't table it, but make a motion, then we need to really understand what that motion is. And it's going to have to be very detailed. So who's up for that? I think what we need is to table it and have it come back with the things that we've added to this conversation and bring it back.
It'll come back on a second reading anyway.
No, I don't want to do it a second reading. I want it on a first reading. So I need correct language to be written and presented to us at the February meeting, first Tuesday of February.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I might, I agree with you. We've already spent 2+ hours on these two subjects. And I know these things are tied together, but I do not want to bring them both back to the same time. I want two separate presentations so that we can vote on each one.
You can vote on them separately today if you want to pass one code and not the other, but there is that risk that if we never get the second one, because this happened years ago, I'm told, and the second one never got passed, which made the fire code difficult to enforce.
And I
So-
suggest we move them both back with correct language for our first meeting in February, which I believe is February the 7th, with the language we want to approve. Is council in favor of that? Yes,
I have
yes.
another, I don't know if it's a suggestion or a question, so I'm not sure what it is. Can we be sure that we have all the comments that were made today presented to us so that we know precisely what we are voting on? And I'm not talking about this 14 pages. I'm talking about, okay, if it's R30, then it's R30. If it's this, okay, but give us the bullet points on which the development community agrees, that the building community agrees, so that we don't have what we had here today for another 2 hours. So can we have that? For me, if it's the first meeting in February, fine. If it's the second meeting in February, but let's get it all done at one time so that we're all clear on what we're.
Let's aim for the first meeting in February, please.
And so I'm clear, the only concern we have in the building codes is the 30 and then the thermostat clarification.
And the other one was, there was a third one, the sprinkler systems in
making sure
single
they're not
duplex townhouses.
Okay.
Specifically. Those were issues. And anything else? Tony, please.
Simply one comment, Mayor and council members. I feel like, and staff can certainly correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to land right back here in February with this R30, R38
We're saying R30.
conflagration. So if our dictate is to leave here knowing we're going to have an R30, then, I mean, as far as I'm concerned.
Council, I want you to nod your head. Are you good with an R30?
Yes.
2 R30s, the third R30, fourth R30. There's 5 of us who say R30's good. That's a quorum. That's a
Just want to make sure we don't
majority.
get into like the
We're all
construction
going
board
R30.
thing. Thank you.
So do we need a motion to table?
No, I think Patrick has concerns about where he is in his ISO process by not even having anything approved on first reading, which is why my recommendation would still be to approve it on first reading. We'll bring it back.
We are
with
not
those
going to approve it on
changes and
first
we can see
reading.
the
No.
second.
Yes.
Okay.
Rocky Templin, if you would pass it with R30 without the delete of those 2 tables, I think, where it said R38, then I think we're saying pass them both today. We can work out all the little details with the code
Agree,
official.
Mayor. Yeah, I agree 100% with that.
Table
Well,
with
not just based on what Rocky just said. If Patrick has got some stuff he needs to do, so let's be sensitive to everybody here.
Well, what's Patrick's sensitivity? You have to pass it, but it doesn't say you have to do it by February 1.
Yes, ma'am. So we met last week with ISO field consultants, and I assured them that it would be coming to first reading today. And of course, I didn't have an answer for them because we hadn't met for today, but I should have an answer for them prior to the grading process, which is going to take over the next, of course, this was last week, the next 2 to 3 weeks. So we've got a week to 2 weeks left for the grading process for the field reps.
Which we should be fine, because legitimately, I think you can say to the consultants, it passed on first reading on February the 7th. There's no reason it wouldn't pass, generally speaking, on the second reading. So, I mean, you still have a nod forward for them.
I could not get them to definitively state that if it wasn't officially adopted, that we would not take a deduction for it. So that leaves me to believe that if it is not adopted by the time the survey, that we potentially could take a deduction.
They have that in, I mean, is that in some language, in some piece of
It's in
paper
the-
that says that?
It's in the schedule. It's in the schedule. If you do not have an adopted fire code that is within 5 years, that you'll receive a deduction.
Okay, so when was it adopted in what was?
I believe it was January of 16.
So, we're already past that.
we're
Based on
trying-
based on what Rocky said,
I believe
let's
the
go-
only issue left is the insulation, and like what Rocky
let's
mentioned. And
approve it at the R30 and the.
All right, so the motion that you're making, Tommy?
Yes.
Is that we are approving the R30 and we
R30.
are eliminating the need for sprinklers in a single-family duplex or townhouse, and we're eliminating the enforcement of preset thermostats for homes requirement.
Rocky said, then they can work with the building official on all the other things that might come up, and resolve those. So that would be my motion.
Is there a second? Oh, is there, in a minute after I get is there a second for that? Is that a strong second, or, because that didn't feel
I
very,
think
to
he's
me.
waiting on Gary.
Okay, Gary, come forward before I have a kind of second.
Interesting. Take the
He asked if that, we would just clarify that he can use the res check 2009 if the R30 was approved, and I indicated to him, yes, we can, but he wanted that.
So you're going to
noted.
write that in the document,
Yes.
and that's going to be included in your motion. It's going to be included in the motion. There's that option, and the second is on that option, right? Okay, we're clear.
So let's go back and clarify what the motion is before I vote.
R30, no preset thermostat, no sprinkler in duplex, and allow
Res.
Res check.
whatever Gary calls, the res check.
Do we need to specifically ask for com check too? Res check and com check? No? Okay.
Okay,
Charlie, can you work with all that? Yes. Okay, all right.
that's the motion. And Larry, is that the second that you're
Yes,
making
ma'am.
to that? Okay. With that, any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor of the motion that Tommy laid out, say aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. No, he's off. All right. No, not quite that.
He's taking a nap.
Taking a nap. All right. We are now moving on to item D. First, I'll tell you what, we have a lot of people in the audience, I think, for,
Cox Lane.
yeah, Cox Lane. Where is it on, which item is it on?
That's
Judy?
D.
That is D.
It's
That's the
D.
next item.
Okay, it's D, so let's get it done, because we have lots of people who've been sitting here waiting for us to deal with this. So first reading and public hearing of an ordinance approving the abandonment of approximately 4,060 feet of the right-of-way of Cox Lane, beginning nearing 1861 Cox Lane and extending 2,330 feet to the west, then 1,730 feet south, ending approximately 320 feet north of the intersection of Sunset Drive and Foster Road. John?
Thank you. John James, Director of Planning and Development Services. I'm just going to move on because there's a better image of that coming up. But this, well, let me go back real quick. But this is an abandonment of Cox Lane proposed. Basically, back off the screen over here is Bryant and Ben Ficklin, and so Cox comes down. And if you've been out there, you know that Cox parallels Foster. So there are two roads immediately adjacent to each other, separated by about 10 feet of just dirt and grass. And so this would eliminate the Cox Lane portion of that. We did send out 31 notices to the affected properties adjacent to the abandonment, received 9 in opposition. Some of the concerns are detailed there. And I'll note that with abandonments like this, we only notify the folks adjacent to that abandonment that would affect their property. In this case, as you probably know, there may be traffic impacts broader than that. And so you'll hear from some neighborhood folks. As is our practice, we did not notify those folks farther out for this because they're not immediately affected by the abandonment. But then here are some of the comments and concerns that were raised that you'll be hearing about. This is the latest proposal, and I'll note that the layout of this is not a given, and you're not approving that particular layout. That's for a later process in the development process. All you're really considering today is whether or not to abandon those portions of Cox Lane. But this is one option of what the reroute of Cox would look like, and it would come in and become Parkview, tying into the Parkview that already exists across Foster. And as you can imagine, with Cox being gone, that road would tee directly into Foster. There would no longer be that division that's there. This is the city's thoroughfare plan. This has been adopted and in place for decades, really. The most recent amendment to this area was in the early 2000s. And I'll show you another graphic of that in a minute. But what's important here for the future development is that whatever the developer does, they're going to have to extend Parkview over, and they're going to have to build a north-south collector street to meet our thoroughfare plan. And so when the developers first came to us, that was some of our comments to them. And the only way to avoid that connectivity would be to amend the thoroughfare plan. But of course, staff wouldn't recommend that. This is the way we build streets and ensure that long-term connectivity is through this thoroughfare plan. I'll note that Parkview was originally planned to connect over to Knickerbocker. You'll recall that there's a traffic signal at Parkview and Knickerbocker. In fact, the city actually had the right-of-way for that entire yellow strip to continue Parkview all the way across over to YMCA Drive. Back in 2004, that was abandoned, that right-of-way, so it was decided it would be too difficult, complicated to get across this railroad track here, and so the right-of-way for that was abandoned at that point. Now, part of that road exists, but it was a piece about like that was abandoned. And as I mentioned, the thoroughfare plan was modified to basically reflect what you see now in 2006. It was modified slightly in 2013 to tweak some of where those roads were located, but not real substantial changes. But then this plan for Parkview to continue all the way through has been in place for over 20 years. And so that's the kind of the stage I'm setting is where we come to it from. When a developer comes to us, we ask them to meet our plans that have already been adopted by city councils in the past for future roadways. And again, this is just a little bit closer view of that with the aerial photography. This may come up later when there are questions from the public. But again, as you see, this street comes in parallels, and then Foster comes in just right beside it. Those are both designated as collector streets, and staff's recommendation is not to have two streets running literally 10 feet apart. And so one of our recommendations to the developer was as part of their development, we would request that they eliminate that duplication of roads.
Does the city have to maintain both Cox Road and Foster Road now? So we're duplicating
Yes.
expense and effort by having to maintain both.
That's correct. And that's a main reason that we have concerns about having duplication of roads like that. I will note this question came up. This area is not currently in the city limits, but both Cox Lane and Foster are already in the city limits. The city limits is basically the right-of-way line of Cox. And so the roads are currently in the city limits, which is what gives you the authority to abandon it and also what obligates us to maintain it as a city. I may defer some of this if there are detailed questions to Public Works, but they went out and did some traffic counts in this area just to show what kind of traffic can be expected. I think there's another slide here. This shows the intersection at Sunset and Foster Lane where it ties into Cox. But you can see here there's Foster and Cox parallel. So I think one of the things just to note here is of the traffic coming down Cox and coming to this intersection, about 1,000 vehicles a day would be going south towards the loop on Foster. A little less than 700 would be continuing on to Sunset. So that, as you think about the further north.
Those 700 exist today?
Yeah, that was done, I believe, last week is when those counts were done. And so if you imagine this Parkview Street coming in and teeing in here, that gives you some idea. City staff believes that most of the traffic that would come into a future stop sign there on Foster would be turning south on Foster, either because they're going to the loop or they go on down to Sunset and over to Knickerbocker because there would be fewer stop signs impeding them versus, I think the neighbors' concerns, rightly so, is that some of that traffic would go on Parkview through the neighborhood. And so, again, I think what these traffic counts show is that at least a fair amount of that traffic would be going south rather than through the neighborhood. As I mentioned, staff doesn't believe that traffic patterns would be negatively affected. The removal of Cox Lane would actually reduce that duplication, both in terms of traffic impacts, but also, as you mentioned, Mayor, the maintaining those, basically a duplicate street. As normal with an abandonment like this, we notified utility providers, and the utility providers did not have any concerns. The developers may have to move some utilities, either out of the right-of-way or maintain an easement, but that's all stuff that's worked out later in the subdivision process. And again, as the public benefit would be to eliminate that duplication as well as the dangerous curve. And I think this is the intersection at Sunset and Foster and Cox. This is where you go on to Cox that direction. This is that intersection where currently if you're coming in to Cox from the east, you come to this intersection here, and in fact you can see how vehicles had damaged that guardrail when this photo was taken, and so that is a dangerous curve, and the elimination of Cox and the redesign would eliminate that dangerous curve as well. You can see here, it's a little hard to see, but this part of Foster is significantly lower than Cox at this point. But that connection with Parkview would be farther down in this direction where the roads come closer together, and so that could be addressed in the development process. So the recommendations at their December meeting, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this abandonment with the conditions that I'll mention by a vote of 5-2, so there were 2 of the commissioners that were opposed to the abandonment. Most of these are normal requirements that the property owners adjacent would have to replat the properties to incorporate what used to be the Cox Lane right-of-way, quit claim deed. We've also added a unique one here. The abandonment could not be completed until replacement streets are in place to ensure that all properties that currently have access with Cox would still have access. And particularly ensuring continued access for the property at the north end of Cox. And I'll go back to mention that real quick. So there's this property here. Really, their only access is from Cox. And then, of course, this whole neighborhood accesses onto Cox as well. So until those replacement streets are in, and I think that, as you saw, the developer's plan would be to continue those streets south, until all that's in place, the Cox abandonment wouldn't actually disappear and go away.
What's the time frame for the development that would?
I'll defer to the developer who's here to talk about that, but from the city's perspective, it could be, they could come in with plans tomorrow, or it could be 10 years from now. And that really doesn't affect your decision on abandonment, particularly since the abandonment actually doesn't happen until that new development is in place. I'll note that it's not here. We don't include the entirety of the text of those conditions, but what we did say on this one was they could abandon it a piece at a time. So if they build a phase of their development, part of Cox could go away. It doesn't have to be all or nothing all at once. That's a lot of information. I know I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I don't have any at this point. Tommy?
I have a couple. John, how long excuse me, how long has abandonment of that, I guess that, that section or Cox Lane been talked about? Do you know? It seems to me it's been a long time.
Well, there was a case years ago. It was a very different case where Cox Lane was discussed for abandonment. We've met with this, I think this is the third developer we've met with on this property, and how to deal with Cox Lane was always an issue that the city brought up. And as I mentioned earlier, city staff's recommendation is to abandon Cox Lane. And so that was one of the first things we would tell a potential developer is you're going to have to figure out some way to make that happen, both for traffic reasons, but also to have it fit in with whatever their development is being proposed. I don't know if that answers your question. But yeah, it's been discussed a while.
This is not new to this development. This is something that has been ongoing discussion for a long time.
That's correct. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this is only about an abandonment. And so, for example, if you chose not to abandon the street today, a developer of this property could come in tomorrow with a plan that could put Parkview in and connect these other streets. In other words, you're not voting on a particular development or whether or not Parkview connects through into the neighborhood. That
You're
can happen
saying
either
that
way.
they could come in and develop it and connect it to Cox, but not to Foster.
Well, they could connect it to Foster as well if they wanted
If
to.
they wanted to.
If they create that.
But would they be
cut.
forced to?
In fact, they would, because we've got this on our plans as a collector street that connects through. If they came in for a development today without abandoning Cox, we would ask them to connect that through all the
You're
way
going to
to
ask them to
Foster.
do that no matter what.
That's right.
Karen?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. For me, the bigger question is whether the reconfiguration of the roads is appropriate for the existing landowners and city streets. I would like at minimum to see the entire plan, and it's my understanding that the developer, and I see Hillary, has been working on this for a year or more, so I think there must be more, and I would personally like to see it, and I'll commit to come to your office if that's what it takes. But I think that, along with a stormwater drainage plan, are important for us to see. They'll both have a material impact on how the road should be laid out. I don't really want to make a decision in a vacuum on something like that. I feel like we're at a little bit of a disadvantage because I think there's probably existing information that I'd like to have a look at.
But because this is a thoroughfare plan that has been previously approved, that conversation about Parkview is in the plan regardless of those issues, right? And we would recommend that Cox be eliminated regardless of those issues.
That's the staff position, yes. And I would say, and I'll defer to the developer on what additional information they may have, but typically it's when they would come in with a development proposal, which they've not yet done, and that's the point at which we would look at stormwater, and all of that is reviewed by engineering
Understand your point. I
to
do.
ensure that what we ask of all developers is they not increase downstream drainage issues,
Right.
which they would have to do in any case.
And so do you have an estimated timeline to complete those 4 conditions? Because this won't be speedy. If we were to approve the abandonment, it's not going to happen right away. The grade change between those 2 roads is over 5 feet, I'm guessing, just,
It varies. It's the most at
At
that
the-
corner,
at that-
and then by the time it gets to Sunset, they're even. So it's a slow slope across.
Cox abandonment might not happen till 10 years from now, because unless the developer has a plan or approved plat,
That's right.
it's just
And-
really the question mark of abandoning Cox Lane at some point, at some time, when some developer decides to do some project. Is that correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
I'd just like to see the scheme. I'd be willing to guess that there are citizens here, and it's not my district, but I'd be willing to guess there are people that are concerned about the increase of traffic on certain of those streets.
Sometime.
And they are very quiet streets, and I myself observed, I spent several hours out there, believe it or not, watching, and I appreciate the traffic studies. That helps a lot to bring it all into focus, but it's quite visible that there are people that are wiggling through over there, that odd configuration, to get to Walmart. And I don't know that we want to plan with a goal of facilitating trips to Walmart. So I know that ultimately the master plan will be served. Those things will have to happen. I'm just asking for a little bit more.
You want some information?
More.
Some keeps coming up.
Yeah.
Tommy?
John, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Did I hear you, those 4 conditions, do all 4 of those have to be met? Each one of them have to be met before the abandonment would actually be in effect? Did I hear you say that?
Yes.
Go
Now,
back to those 4 things, John, I think.
So
would
that
help
is
us.
a steep hill to climb for
Yeah.
them to meet all 4, for the developer to meet all 4 of those things.
well, the first 2 are just really procedural. They have to plat the property, which, I mean, they have to do before any development, and then they have to pay the city fee and verification of a quitclaim deed. That's just basically the city filing a deed saying it's no longer ours. So those are fairly simple that happen all the time.
But again, that
the-
wouldn't be immediately because we don't know, right?
And the more difficult one is the construction. Normally, a road can be abandoned before construction of something new happens, but because all of these people up here get their access from Cox, they would effectively have to go in as part of their development, and let's assume for a minute they develop it like it's shown here, which they're not obligated to do. They would have to construct these streets to have continued access to those homes, and of course, at least a portion of that, before they could abandon this portion of Cox, if that makes sense. But if they did this phase, they could abandon all of this, and the rest of Cox could remain until such time as they do future phases of the development.
What was the 4th one? I think those were the
Oh,
three.
the fourth one was just
what?
maintain access to
Yeah.
this property up here,
Yeah.
and there's a couple of ways that they're looking at doing that, but obviously we can't approve something that would cut off access to a property owner.
Well, as we said, I think do we need to have a motion on the floor before because I think we want to hear from the public maybe before we move forward a bit. So if you don't mind, we're going to ask for public comment, and then we'll make a decision on a motion.
I have a question, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Larry has a question.
You had 2 nay votes on this. I just was curious what their rationale was.
It was just basically the neighbors' concerns about traffic, and I don't think they felt ready to approve an abandonment at this point based on the amount of opposition that they had heard.
John, is this subject to supermajority, or is this case not subject to?
No, I don't believe this would be subject to a supermajority anyway, but Planning Commission actually approved it. And so, well, if you're talking about the neighbor opposition. The 20% requirement doesn't apply to abandonments.
Okay.
But it's clearly not 20% of the property owners surrounding that are in opposition.
We approve the abandonment. Let's say we vote to approve the abandonment of Cox Lane today. Does that in effect say that upon second reading, that at that point forward, the city would no longer be maintaining Cox Lane?
No, we would continue to maintain it because it would still be a city street until those conditions are met and the new development is in place. Yeah.
All right, now we would be open for some public comments. So if all of you that are here, just one at a time, come forward and to offer your comments.
Dorothy Helsher, single member District 1. I received notification from the Planning Commission regarding the request to abandon, vacate, reposition, and reconstruct Cox Lane. I called Sherry Bailey, I emailed her, and I sent in the notification, the written notification. I attended the public hearing on December 12th and expressed my concerns. I'm here today to ask the City Council to please carefully consider this project. My main concern is a tremendous increase in the traffic load for the residential area and for the entire neighborhood except maybe Kansas and Iowa. One city official told me that between 3,500 and 5,000 vehicles travel Cox Lane daily. That traffic arriving east from Ben Ficklin would, if Cox Lane is reconfigured as proposed, empty into an intersection of Foster Road and Parkview. Some vehicles would turn left to proceed to Loop 306 or Sunset Boulevard. Some, perhaps the majority, would proceed down Parkview to YMCA, turn left, and cut across to Sunset, especially when Trinity Lutheran School is in session and has reduced speed zones. Some of the vehicles from Cox Lane would travel to the senior care center that's being planned at the intersection of Parkview and YMCA. It's my understanding that Parkview was planned and built as a minor collector for traffic, which I didn't know until recently. Parkview is a residential neighborhood with kids riding bikes, playing basketball in the streets, walking their pets, talking to their neighbors. The addition of traffic would greatly stop that or lessen it. No one was told by any realtor or city official that the very flavor of the street would be changed. The residents and property owners did not know to look at the city GIS maps to try to figure out what would become of this beautiful neighborhood. Most of us knew about the issues when it rained, which are crazy. All of us knew this was a middle-class neighborhood, mostly with 3-bedroom, 2-bath houses. And we invested our time and resources because the entire Capitol Heights area was secure, homey, and affordable. I noticed on the San Angelo website that the mission statement is to be the Texas standard for opportunity, prosperity, and quality of life. Surely this project can be reworked or even scrapped to save this beautiful neighborhood. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your patience going through the 2.5 hours or 3 hours you've been waiting to speak, so thank you.
Hi, my name is Melissa Rodicus. I'm in Single Member District 1, and I live on the corner of Parkview and Foster Road at 1601. I received the notification of the public hearing on December 12th, but I couldn't be there due to work. I didn't understand the maps and the hash-marked areas well enough to fathom what this proposal would do to my residents. I tried to call the number listed, and I never got an answer. The voicemail message did not belong to the person listed on the letter, so I never left a message. Right now, when it rains, the water washes up so far in my yard, which is bordering Foster Road, that I've had to haul in dirt and rocks to keep my tree roots from floating away. The water flows down Foster to the Red Arroyo, but the drainage isn't adequate to keep it from building up and washing into my yard. And since then, I found out that the Red Arroyo in that part is private property, so there's tree roots, trash, everything blocking the drainage. I can only imagine what dangerous situation might occur if a tremendous increase in traffic occurs. It is a traffic accident waiting to be constructed, and my house is in the crosshairs. I have videos, which I've sent to Mr. Hebert, of the amount of rainwater that's washing up into my yard every time it rains. I'm telling you about this now, and you might be surprised if you actually saw the videos. It looks like rapids going down the street. And there's a stop sign in my yard. The water comes up way past the stop sign. The traffic on Cox Lane is substantial. The noise is bothersome, but because of the 200-foot divider from Cox Lane to my house, it's livable. If this proposal is granted approval and traffic increases, the noise will become a huge issue, and this is a stress I don't need. I have an 8-year-old daughter, and if this happens, she won't even be able to ride her bike in the neighborhood anymore. Even getting out of our driveway in the morning to take her to school is going to become an issue with the traffic because I won't be able to get out of my driveway. People would use Parkview as a way to go around to get to Shannon and the area businesses, and that way they could avoid Sunset Drive and the Trinity Lutheran School Zone. So please reconsider this proposal. Please consider some other means to route the traffic. Please don't destroy my street. Thank you.
Mayor Gunter, Manager Valenzuela, and council members. My name is Mary Wilson, and I live at 1641 Parkview Street. I've lived there for 36 years. The reason my husband and I bought a home in Capitol Heights was because it was a nice residential area with no traffic. And now I feel, after living there for 36 years, that this is going to change. And it's not good for our neighborhood. Families in our neighborhood, all the streets in Capitol Heights are not through streets. There's not a through street there. Oregon's not. Utah's not. Wyoming's not. Idaho's not. Parkview's not. Kansas isn't. Illinois isn't. They all either end at YMCA Drive or on Foster. That neighborhood is, the people in our neighborhood walk every day. They walk their dogs, they walk with their kids, they pull them in wagons or in strollers. The kids ride their bicycles, they play in the street because we don't have the traffic issues. There's cars parked on Parkview. Yes, it's a wide street, but there's cars parked on both sides of Parkview all during the day and night. There's never not parked cars on there. On Tuesdays, the trash receptacles are in the street. So that leaves 2 lanes available for traffic. And it's just going to destroy our neighborhood. I know that surely there's got to be another option. Sunset, which is less than 400 feet south of Parkview, is a 5-lane thoroughfare. 2 lanes east, 2 lanes west, and a center turning lane. Yes, it has a school zone on it, but if you travel that part of Sunset, you know it's there. So I'm asking to please reconsider. There are multifamily dwellings only and commercial businesses on Sunset. In Capitol Heights, there's nothing but single-family dwellings. So surely with the builder and the city, we can find another option than to go down one of the streets, and especially Parkview. Thank you.
My name is Philip Binge. I live at 1714 Parkview Drive. I moved there, my wife and I moved there approximately 15 years ago. One of the calling cards for that, and we looked at a lot of houses when we moved to San Angelo, a lot of them. One of the calling cards for that neighborhood was very little traffic, very little through traffic. Most of the traffic we saw belonged to people that lived in the area or people that were visiting people living in the area. That was a very important thing to us, okay? When I first became aware of this situation, my first inclination was, why not reroute from the eastern part of Cox Road that will still be in use down to Sunset Drive, which is a major thoroughfare. The way it sits right now with Cox Road and Foster Road running parallel, there's an intersection there at Cox Road and Sunset that's kind of a malfunction junction, because if you come down Cox Road and you want to turn right, the vehicle I drive has a pillar right there. I can't see whether anything's coming or not down Foster Road. So yeah, probably something needs to be done about that intersection. I'll agree. But I look at the map and I think, drop this down right there. Well, it'll have to be further down here. That's where it can intersect with Sunset Drive. I took some measurements, curb to curb, curb top to curb top. Sunset Drive is 65 feet wide. Parkview is 48 feet wide.
What, 65?
Sunset Drive
Is 65.
is 65 feet wide. Parkview is 48 feet, 48 or 49, 49 feet wide. There's a big difference there when you start considering big flow of traffic, because there are no cars parked on Sunset Drive on the curbs. There's going to be cars parked on the curbs.
Ignore that red thing. You obviously haven't been up there 3 minutes, so I'm sorry it's buzzing you. So if you can
I thought
continue
maybe
to
it was
talk.
just me, or
Sorry, it just is on its
That's
own
fine.
little buzzer.
That's fine. But I look at that fact that it's a wider street. It's made to handle heavy traffic. It's commercially zoned. You're talking about putting heavier traffic in a neighborhood that's not designed to handle it. Okay, people park at the curb because we have visitors. We have 2 vehicles that park in the driveway, and then we have visitors. They park at the side of the street. So if you have visitors and that takes up part of that 49-foot area, and then you're trying to put traffic to and from, if you come down, make that a major thoroughfare there, that's I think it's just more problems in the future. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Tommy?
Just for clarification, people are talking about bringing possibly off of the east part of Cox down to the intersection of Sunset there. The developer does not own probably the first 50
the
to
issue.
75 yards, so that's the issue right now. If they were ever able to acquire that little section there, that might change some things, but right now, that's not an option.
That isn't included in the thorough, I can't ever say that word, plan. Okay, but that's what you're saying.
Hello, my name is Sabrina Lewis. I live at 1813 Parkview Drive, and I'm completely opposed to this rerouting of traffic through our neighborhood onto our street. 13 years ago, we purchased our home on Parkview and in that neighborhood specifically because it was quiet. It was like my little hometown that I grew up in. I can let my kids, safely walk to their friends' houses and ride their bikes. You go down the street every day and there are families out riding bikes, running, walking their dogs, and playing in the streets. And we all feel safe because all the traffic we get through there is people that live there. So we're all aware and cautious of the children playing. This will disappear if traffic is rerouted onto our street. Yes, Cox Lane is a kind of a crappy little dangerous road. However, I think there's got to be a different solution, because if drivers, he pointed out that there was rail damage from cars. If drivers can't see the curve that's lit up by lights saying, hey, slow down, how are they going to see our kids in our street playing? Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment?
Hi, I'm Brandy Beal, 1605 Parkview, Single District 1. And I commend you guys because this is a very long day. And I haven't seen any of you taking bites of crackers or anything throughout the day.
I did eat a grape, so pardon me.
So I apologize. I'm a little shaky by this time and this late hour, and I really appreciate that you guys do this several times a month. I want you to carefully consider this proposal for several reasons. One is the water drainage. I drive a high clearance sport utility vehicle, but yet the water during rain rises to the level of my undercarriage. Don't hear too much about this because all of us residents of Capitol Heights, we have the opportunity to turn down our streets and go the other direction to Nevada and YMCA, and we know to avoid Foster at all costs whenever it's raining. The National Weather Service advises that all vehicles turn around, don't drown, for safety precautions if water levels are above 6 inches. Water levels above 6 inches will reach the bottom of most passenger cars, causing loss of control and possible stalling. We are asking that 1,700 cars, just by that study that was completed, travel down this more than 6 inches of water. And that's as it stands currently. Whenever the pasture and the roads that are in proposal are created, those lands are currently at a higher elevation. Currently, one of the reasons why Foster does have the drainage issues is because all water flows from YMCA down their respective Capitol Heights streets where it collects at Foster, then runs towards the Red Arroyo. It's going to go the opposite direction. The traffic study that was mentioned today was done only after the Planning Commission passed on 5-2. It was done for less than 48 hours. I do not know if Tuesday midday to Thursday at 7:30 a.m. is a proper study. I think that a traffic impact study needs to be done.
I apologize for those buzzers. Don't let it bother you.
Okay. There's a new senior living center in development currently going along Sunset Road. That development is going to further increase traffic that is used from Sunset going down Cox to connect to 87. There will be staff workers using that. In addition, as it was mentioned, everyone that uses that pass as a way to get to Walmart since it was created. 1,700 vehicles, just by nature of that study, use that as a shortcut daily. I'm not opposed to the development of the land. I welcome neighbors in that property. The thoroughfare that was presented, may I borrow their screen?
Are you the thoroughfare
thoroughfare
plan? John,
Yes,
could you
ma'am.
pull up that back up on this? She wants to refer to something on the thoroughfare plan. There you go.
That one's better, thank you. So if I'm to understand correctly, Parkview is destined to be a thoroughfare plan. However, on this map, Sunset is listed as a thoroughfare. Sunset would be the more appropriate thoroughfare to direct the majority of traffic that use this as a cut from Sunset to Highway 87.
John, you want to answer that because she's saying on this one it shows Sunset, not Parkview, as the thoroughfare plan street, or that both of them are included in the thoroughfare plan?
Yes, and so, and I forget the exact designation, but this dark blue color for Sunset is a higher level, so it's either a major collector or it could be a minor arterial. So it is designed to be a heavier volume of traffic street versus the collector, which is really to get traffic through and out
The
of the
collector you're
neighborhood.
designating as Parkview,
That's right.
and Sunset as a major.
It's a more major street. Off the top of my head, I don't remember if it's a major collector or a minor
And
arterial.
it has
It's a-
fewer stop signs, so you're saying that the chances are most people are going to go down to Sunset and take it, or out to Loop 306, because it is a quicker, faster method of transportation. Is that what we're saying?
Yes, but I don't think we're disputing that some of this traffic coming this way would end up coming through the neighborhood. We think the majority would turn south on Foster to get either to the loop or to come this way on Sunset.
I'm a little confused, and I hope you don't mind me inserting this at this point, but there's been lots of different numbers thrown at us in terms of traffic count. I think you referred to 1,000 cars and then 700 cars, and then someone from planning said that there's 3,500 cars. What's the difference between the 1,700 and the 32 or 3,500 that the community was communicated to in terms of traffic counts?
Yeah, I'm not aware of any staff giving out numbers higher than these. As far as planning staff, and I think that's true for public works staff as well, we didn't have recent traffic counts in this area, which is why they went out and did them. But you can see here that if you can read those numbers, it's 1,309, so a little over 1,000 cars coming east. I'm sorry, that's 1,300 westbound. Well, it's about 1,300 both directions, but that's in each direction, there's about 1,300 cars going each way per day. I would defer to Public Works on when the traffic counts were done, but I believe they were done last week.
Shane, do you probably have information on when they're done? Because I think what they want to know is what hour of the day were they done, so it's reflective of when they think the highest traffic might occur through the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am. The counters were set out for basically 3 days. You set them out on a Tuesday, pulled them back up on a Thursday. But they're 24-hour counts on Wednesday. So it was a 24-hour count on the day of Wednesday. And so that's it. And we do, depending on what study we're running for what particular thing, we have a 1-day study, a 3-day study, and then a 7-day study, depending on what we're looking at from, especially if we're around high traffic areas, Sherwood Ways, and we have schools and things like that where we see seasonal traffic, or we'll see daily traffic patterns change over the weekends and things like this. This more rural setting out here, and I know everybody's talking about 3,000 cars a day and 3,500 cars a day being a lot, but for most roadways, and now for Cox, built to basically a county road standard, which is what that was just paved, and we took over maintenance at one point in time. That is a decent amount of traffic for that narrow road on basically a 25-foot road. That is, it's a lot of traffic. We start talking into collectors, things like that. 3,000 cars a day is minimal.
That's where those numbers come from.
Yes, we see a lot more. Again, we see a lot more traffic than that on most collectors, whether it's minor or major collector.
You're saying today, based off of the standard of Cox Lane, the westbound and the southbound having 27,
Roughly
3,000
average
is a
daily.
lot on a county, basically, road.
Basically on that, because
And
of
that
the width-
exists today.
As it is today, the way it was constructed originally, and the width of the road, that's substantial traffic on a road of that width. How narrow it is, and again, it was built, like I said, to a county road standard. I couldn't even imagine how long it's been there. So.
Yes, Karen, please.
I think there are probably facts and figures rather than some of the terms that we're using. I would be interested in knowing what kind of vehicle volumes you expect on minor collectors versus arterials.
And when we start talking arterials, we start talking about the Sherwood Way, the Loop, some of those major roads like at Knickerbocker. Some of those are our arterial streets. We talk about numbers in the. We actually talk more numbers in hours there than we do actually average daily traffic. We'll see numbers on Bryant, Knickerbocker approach 15,000 an hour, and so when we're talking about 3,000 in a day, those are really minor numbers when we start talking about traffic flows, and especially on a collector. Most collectors that we see in other parts of town, we'll see anywhere from 5 to 10,000. And from the collector status.
I just wondered if there were definitions that went with those designations that would help us understand a little bit better, so it's not.
It's a reality now.
Then the majority of the designations due to how the width and how many lanes that they're built to, and what kind of traffic loading you're trying to put on it, and how much loading you're trying to put on the road.
I apologize for us interjecting ourselves
Sorry.
into your comments. Please continue.
Thank you very much. It's been mentioned that both of these curves at Cox and also the intersection, a mess, I believe was what it was referred to.
Dangerous.
Both of those qualities will now exist at the Parkview, the future Parkview and Foster intersection. And whether they're turning to go down or through Parkview, that is still our neighborhood. That is still where our children are playing. I purchased my home 18 years ago to raise my daughter in a safe neighborhood. And now I don't know if my grandchildren will be able to play in my front yard. I thank you for your consideration, and I beg of you to please not pass this proposal as it's listed.
Further public comment?
quick before I proceed, I'm Hillary Bucher. I represent Dorado Construction Group and Cox Property Development. I will go back and address the ladies' comments. So even this picture right here shows this right here is the intersection of Cox Lane and Sunset and Foster currently. You can see this orange line up here. So that would be our current property line. We do not own from that property line down to the Sunset. Is that? The property line is here right now.
That's Cox Lane.
Yeah, so
No,
this is
that's what
Cox
I'm
Lane.
asking. Yeah, she said it is.
It's, okay, okay. Yeah, I have to go bigger, hold on. So the Cox Property Development currently owns to here. The intersection of Sunset is here, and this is Parkview up here.
Yes.
Everybody should be addressing comments to city council and not having necessarily a dialogue between the speaker and the audience.
Well, we'll direct you then. Show us where your property, no, you're up, Shaylee. Show us where you own property.
So currently, Cox Property Development owns the property that is located here.
All of that?
Yes,
Because
ma'am.
I thought there was a portion in there that we were indicated was not by the same owner.
Below that orange
Below
line
this
there.
orange line, so from
That's the
here
property.
down, this is a separate property owner.
So you basically, well, you're not quite at Sunset.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. So I would like to clarify a couple points to the council. Thank you again for being here. Again, Hillary Bucher with representing Dorado Construction Group. We are here today asking for abandonment of Cox Lane. And simply put, that was a request by staff. The discussions that we're having about connecting a master thoroughfare plan, in my mind, are a separate discussion, which can be had at a later date. What we are asking is to remove the duplicity of having roads side by side, which the city has requested the developer to do. If we were to come forward today with a plat and leave Cox as it is, again, that road could still punch through with a plat today. We wanted to get this council on board with our development, get going in the right direction. This was just our first step. We have a long road ahead of us to even get any dirt moving on the ground. We still have annexation, we still have zoning, we still have platting, preliminary and final. So this is a long road. This is not happening tomorrow. And city staff has been great to work with. They've helped us through this process. Again, we've been working with them for about a year on pros and cons of going different directions and how to make this work as the best for the city and our development. I know there was some comments about connecting down to Sunset. Again, I want to make that point. We cannot currently connect down to Sunset. In the proposed preliminary drawing that we have shown, again, that's not anything that has to be done. There's still processes to make it all the way through there. But we do show this thoroughfare, and it actually is straightened up in our drawing. So someday you will be able to turn here, come down, and do this. That is not something we can do today, but it will be something in the future.
Would that be done at the same time, though, as, again, because we know the abandonment is not something that's going to happen immediately. It could be 5 years, it could be 3 years, the
Yes,
Cox
ma'am.
Lane thing. So whatever decision is made today, no one's going to feel the impact of that for several years, probably, maybe 2, maybe more. But what you can do when you lay out your plat is to show an alternative route that would prevent the negatives that some of our homeowners are concerned about today, because you can divert some of that traffic from the Parkview traffic area that they're concerned about down to what would be the frontage road, right?
Correct, yes, ma'am. So again, we're showing this as a solid road today, so it's our proposed road. Again, we have to get that approved through plating. That is not something we are guaranteed today. But we also, through staff's suggestion, we have showed the dashed road connecting down. So again, someday, that dash road will extend all the way down to the loop. So you'll have multiple options when you get to Cox and what I'm calling the extension of Adobe, because if you look, it will do that. So you could go down to the loop, you could go to Sunset, you could go to Foster. There, as the land development continues in this area, you will see multiple ways to get around.
Well, that's an important conversation because our folks today who are complaining have the sense that the only option that is presented is a park view option if Cox is abandoned. But what you're saying is the city has asked you to abandon Cox Lane in your development, and in your future plat, you would reflect alternative routes that would essentially create a really great alternative to using Foster Road and going through the neighborhood.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I'd like to speak a little bit on the drainage aspect, just so that everyone knows. I know Karen, Ms. Hesse brought this up. This property currently drains toward the Concho River. So if we're looking at someone standing up here where the Cox curve is, this property drains this way. And as you can see through our planning, there is a detention pond currently planned. So we have looked at the drainage. In fact, we have talked with engineering, and we will probably, through making these cuts right here, we will probably lessen the impact on Foster as we divert it away and pull it down towards the low point in our development. So hopefully they will see a benefit to their drainage in that area as we develop.
I know that you come from a planning world.
Yes, ma'am.
And so what you share with us today is really important because you understand the concerns of the neighborhood, which are very valid. And
yes, ma'am.
I think we've listened and understand the pain that they think they're going to feel. But if in the plat development, we work with you all to provide those alternative routes and create the detention or retention, I'm never sure which one it is, you will take that flooding away from that Foster Road flooding that today creates such problems for them.
Yes, hopefully lessen it. I don't know that we can completely resolve
Well,
it, but
no, it
hopefully
never is,
lessen the
but-
impact. Yes, ma'am.
Those are important statements because up until now, we didn't see an alternative to the Foster Road Park View traffic scenario.
Yes, ma'am. No, there are multiple options, and we continue to work through. Anybody is welcome to stop by our office. We are at 424 South Chadburn, and I'm there most times. You're welcome to give me a call if you'd like to discuss options or you have thoughts. We are always open to them. We want this to be profitable for everyone, and we want this to be a great addition to the city. So
We want you to be a good neighbor to the existing neighbors.
Yes, ma'am.
And not be somebody that they resent and hate. And if you can, that you have shared this with us, gives us some confidence that we can take care of what the city needs, but also make sure we take really good care of our neighborhoods and they don't have to fear their fear.
Yes, ma'am.
Hillary, would you
ahead.
be willing to visit with any of these folks that would want to visit with you about what about this, what about that? Is that something you would be
of
willing
course.
to do?
Yes. Yeah. Again, coming from my planning background, I'd be happy to speak with anyone. If anyone wants to meet me on site or at my office or give me a call, you're welcome to catch me after. Or most everyone here has a cell phone number, a way to get a hold of me. So I'd be happy to meet with anyone. I don't know that we can address every concern until we kind of get into the process of the planning and really get to those development processes. But we will try to at least keep our eyes and ears open as we go forward.
What you've shared is really encouraging, and I think it solves many of the problems. And we realize, again, none of this is, tomorrow, but nothing will happen tomorrow that will negatively impact our neighborhoods because we'll have to approve your plat that would reflect those additional roadways.
Yes, ma'am.
That will not create a neighborhood problem.
Well, and I think planning staff really helped out with the conditions they've put on there. Again, I have a different background, but I think those are very appropriate so that we don't get stuck somewhere down the road and have issues. So they did a great job with the conditions.
Yes, you may come forward and I've broken all the rules today, so let's just keep on breaking them.
Rebel.
Yeah.
I just want to say one thing in regarding to the flooding that she was just discussing. It's not coming from the pasture down that embankment. It's coming from the loop all the way down Foster Road. So it's not the pasture that's the problem and the flooding coming down that way. It's actually the street, Foster, all the way down from the DPS office floods all the way down. And as it gets to my house, it gets worse. And I invite any of you to come out and see it the next time it rains.
Come to the microphone, tell us who you are.
I'm Babs Binge, and I live in whatever district they said we're in. I don't know.
That would be one. I think we're
particulars.
going to give you one.
My iOS or ISO or V.
We're not sure about that,
Yeah.
but you're in one.
I was just going to ask, could they not do eminent domain for that section that needs to be pulled into Sunset?
Eminent domain is very seldom used these days. It gets very politically and very expensive to claim eminent domain. And I think what we're looking for is the bigger plan, the broader plan, and a plan that addresses all the issues of diverting traffic, creating alternative routes, addressing the flooding issue, all the negatives that have been brought up. The hope would be, I know hope's not a good word, but the ideal plan would alleviate the biggest issues that are brought up today and divert the traffic, give them a better flow, and not create a neighborhood that you didn't buy into. That would be something we're asking our planning department to do, and it sounds like Hillary says we can accomplish that. No one wants to ruin a neighborhood. No one wants to change a neighborhood from a family-friendly to a high-traffic pattern. And based off of what Hillary just showed us, I think we can accomplish that. And it sounds like the developer is very willing to work to make that happen, which will be more expensive than if they chose not to. But the requirements are there, and we can enforce those requirements. And I think it will make it, hopefully address the issues that you're all very concerned about, and I hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry Wilson, 1641 Parkview Drive. I have a couple of questions for staff, really. One, you mentioned that Cox Lane was made to county road standards. Cox Lane intersects with Ben Ficklin Road behind the strap store. Is that also a county road?
We'll let the county own it because it's not in great condition, so we're going to go ahead and give that to the county today, okay?
So that's the same type of road as Cox Lane is, which is right behind the convenience store, trucks and everything. Another question I would have is there consideration being given to connecting Cox Lane or going from Cox Lane up to Jackson Street?
Doesn't sound like it. I haven't heard Jackson Street brought up yet today. And again, because we don't have, I think the hardest part of this is because we don't have and didn't have until Hillary came forward, and I appreciate her coming forward and sharing what the developer's ideal would be for that property, which until she presented it, it was sort of, it's an eye-opening story that she's presenting or plan, I shouldn't say story, plan, in terms of what they think they can do with that property. And it sounds positive to me, and it sounds like it's protective of a neighborhood, which is something I think is very important.
I can answer that question about Jackson. Actually, it didn't come up because it's not part of what we're talking about today. But as Hillary mentioned, this is that north-south piece that they're going to be doing. It will ultimately is planned to connect up to Adobe, which does connect up to Jackson. And so, again, as you mentioned, we typically, the city doesn't build roads in most cases. It's the developers that build the roads as development happens. So until this property up here develops, we won't have that connection, but it is a planned future connection that would also provide, all the way up to Jackson.
Did that answer your question, sir? Okay, thank you.
Actually, he did have one other question. I'll answer that if I can find the right map. Well, it's not actually on here, but a number of these properties on Cox Lane have developed recently, and as part of each of those developments, we have gotten additional right-of-way, and those property owners have had to expand the roadway. So it's a little bit hit or miss, but over time, as all of those properties along there develop, they will be responsible for expanding that part of Cox that will remain. So 30 years from now, you should have a Cox Lane, and with this new development, all of it will be up to city standard.
Okay. Thank you. Further public comment? Yes, I'm allowing. I broke the rules way early today, so.
I just wanted to make sure I was understanding, to clarify. She said repeatedly that this developer does not own the land that is at Sunset. So then immediately after that said that that will be developed in the future, but she cannot commit to that because she said that they do not own that land. So
Which is it?
I think the answer to that was they can only develop what's on their piece, but because it's in the city's plans that this road also connect over, when and if this property ever develops, they will be obligated to build those roads as are shown on our thoroughfare plan. So it might not happen tomorrow, it might be 10 years or more, but whenever this property develops, they will have to continue those roads as shown on our map.
Continue conversation, public comment. I think we're through, but I'll give you a last 1, 2, 3. All right. We've heard lots of good public comment. We've heard some good input from the developer, and now I think we're going to look for a motion, and I'm going to ask for a city council member to make a motion for approval or denial.
So move.
Harry has moved it. Do I have a second? A second by Harry. We'll take a vote. All of those in favor of the presentation of abandoning Cox Lane, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No. Passes 4-1. Moving on to item E.
Voted no.
Oh, I thought you said no. Well, it passes 4-2 then, 3-2. No?
Mayor,
3.
Got to have 4.
this old man's got to go make a trip. Could we take a 5-minute break?
Well, as soon as we're through voting, you may, but I understand we have to have, we're going to get clarification on this.
You need 4 to pass an ordinance.
Okay, so we're to 3-2, so it does not pass. And so what happens now?
You can, well, it's an ordinance, yeah. It has to wait to come back.
One option would be to table it until you have a full council to see how the others would vote, or, okay.
After a vote takes
Never mind.
place.
Well, we should have been notified of that before we did this. That we needed 4-1.
That's always the case.
Oh.
You always need 4 to pass any ordinance. You can make another motion if anybody wants to change their vote, but can we take a break and we'll talk about what our options are with that one?
We can take a break and see how we feel and come back. A is bring up the opportunity at the next meeting for reconsideration of this issue when we have more council members present. So I'm going to ask that we bring up a reconsideration of this item at a future meeting, hopefully next meeting. Is that possible?
At the next meeting.
Okay. Do I need a vote on that?
No, I mean, if you're just asking to put the reconsideration on the agenda, you're directing
Okay.
us to put it on the agenda.
All right, we'll do that. We need to, Tommy's got to leave, so we have other people that we need to get things approved. So E, first reading a public hearing of an ordinance for Z22-23 to rezone properties from the single-family residential zoning district to the two-family residential zoning district being 2.129 acres located at the northwest corner of Travis Street and East 30th Street. John, you're on.
Thank you. John James, Director of Planning and Development Services. This is Travis Street here and 30th. You can see the subject property there is proposed for rezoning for duplexes. You can see that there's an RS3 zoning just to the north and another RS2 existing just to the north a little bit. And then there's a large manufactured housing subdivision. And then, of course, right off the screen here is some commercial strip. So this is kind of in a mixed area. It's largely single-family, but there is a mixture of some others. And this property is adjacent to an old school site that's, I think, a Head Start now. And so it makes sense for that higher density development. A couple of pictures. This is looking from Travis Street. We did send out our notices to the surrounding property owners. We did receive 2 opposed that you see there. I think they didn't comment anything specific, just checked the box that said opposed. But this is something that does come recommended by staff and the Planning Commission. It is consistent with the comprehensive plan's designation of neighborhood. As I mentioned, it's compatible with the surrounding area where there is a mixture of it, not just single-family homes, but others. And this is an area where there is a need for affordable housing, and these duplexes will be an example of that.
I think that's the key issue, a need for affordable housing, and this allows it, and it's just duplexes, so.
It is just duplexes, and it is an infill development area that has not developed in the recent past. So it's a way to get some development on a property that's been sitting vacant. As I mentioned, staff does recommend approval, and the Planning Commission unanimously also recommended approval at their December meeting. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do I have questions from council? Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
So moved by Harry, seconded by 3 other people. And any public comment? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. I mean 5-0. Losing count. First reading and public hearing of ordinances on the following cases for property being .58 acres located at 3707 North Chadbourne Street. 1, the CP 22-06, a request for approval of an amendment to the comprehensive plan, changing the future land use from neighborhood to commercial. And 2, Z22-24, a request for approval of a rezoning from the single-family residential zoning district to the general commercial zoning district. John, you're on.
Thank you. Again, this area along Chadbourne, at some time in the past, they just drew a line across there saying that's going to be commercial. It happened to split this subject property, and so the property owner is simply asking for the rear part of their property to be zoned commercial, just like the front part there.
And the back part is commercial as well?
Well, it's vacant, but the property owner that has the front part wants to expand onto the back part. And so with it being zoned residential on this back, he can't do that now. And so this would extend it to the full extent of their property.
What's to the left and right?
Well, this is mostly single-family homes. I don't know if it shows better on this map. You can see that there's kind of a large open space here, so the homes are quite a ways away from that part of the property. And the property owner does understand, just under our normal development rules, if you're building commercial development adjacent to single-family zoning, you have to have screening fences and those sorts of things. So they will have to put up a fence, and in certain cases, depending on what they're doing, keep commercial activity back a distance away from those residential properties. We did send our notifications out. We did not receive any in opposition. You can see that this property immediately behind was one that was in favor. And as you can see, it's an odd-shaped property that looks kind of like that. It is zoned single-family, and there's a house up there, but they own all of that, which also creates kind of an additional buffer from all of these other homes that are close by. So none of the homes are immediately adjacent to this commercial. And if I didn't say, we did have 0 in opposition. I think I've already covered all of that. Staff does recommend approval. This is an amendment to the comprehensive plan as well as a rezoning, and then the Planning Commission unanimously recommended both approvals.
Any questions from council? May I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
So moved by Karen, seconded by Harry. Any public comment? Seeing no public comment, we will take a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. I'm going to, thank you, John. I'm going to ask that item G be moved to the next meeting and that we follow, do the follow-up and administrative issues today. So B, consider approving various board nominations, Civic Events Advisory Board, Laurie DiCello, SMD 3, to first term ending December 2024. Civil Service Commission, Billy DeWitt, to first term ending January 2025. Design and Historic Review Commission, Kenna Archer, to an unexpired term ending September 2023. Fort Concho Museum Board, George Bally, SMD 2. Monty Stanley, SMD 4, to a first full term. Tracy Simpson, the mayor. Tommy Ernest, SMD 1, to a first term. Donald Barnhart, mayor, and Yuki Kunayuki, SMD 3, to a second term. Jason Pierce, SMD 1, to a third term, all ending January 2025. That's a lot of people for a board. Okay, so, and then Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Susie Marshall, SMD 3, and Alicia Alshanky. No, that's not right, but I can't pronounce it differently, so that's SMD 4 to a first term ending December 2024. And the Planning Commission, Trinidad Gary, SMD 4, to a first full term, and Candy Pool, SMD 3, to a first term. Travis Stribling, SMD 5, to a third term, all ending January 2025. Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, John Mark Hogue, SMD 1, is chairman of the board for a one-year term ending January 2024. The Zoning Board of Adjustment, Terry Jackson, SMD 3, to an unexpired ending January 2024. Dietrich Tillis, SMD 4, and Julie Efferson, Mayor Pro Tem, alternate 2, to a first full term. Bobby Guerrera, SMD 2, and Stephanie Hamby, alternative 1, Mayor Pro Tem, to a third term, all ending January 2025. May I have a motion to approve all of those? So moved. And that's a double move. And do I have a double second? Double second, double. Any public comment? With none, we'll take a vote. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Consider moving the May 2nd meeting to Thursday, May 4th. I think that's good. I guess, I'm not sure why, but I guess that's good. Consider moving the May 16th meeting to Wednesday, May 17th, to include canvassing of the May 6th election results. So we don't have to do anything on those right now, right? Because it just says announcements and consideration. Do we just need to approve it next meeting, or we can? Any opposition to changing those dates? I see none, so, yeah. And then, because we won't have a quorum, we won't go into executive session, is that correct? So item G will move to the next meeting, and we'll have do we need to have council get together to do anything on item A under closed session before the next meeting?
No, it was just an update on information that we were asked to provide.
So you don't have to have action today?
No.
Then the only action I need is adjournment. Do I have one? So moved by Tommy. Seconded by Larry. Any opposed? With none opposed, motion passes 5-0. Boy, that went fast.
You got us warm.